checking. So, a very good morning to all the viewers. The match between India and England. So, we have the batsman Mel and Richard. What a shot from Mel! That was very well played in the gap for a boundary.
And that's how it started. England are batting first after losing the toss, and this is one of those iconic moments in international cricket. The first ever international cricket that's happening in senior cricket level over 60s cricket, and it's absolute.
Okay, brief pause in play.
of introducing so many things in the game of cricket. That's cheeky single. Good running between the wickets. We will add a lot of points to that, but before that, the times have changed a lot. The way how the batters were holding the bat have changed a lot. Now look at the way how they are batting. They're holding the bat as low as possible with the way how traditional batters used to do. But in the modern day cricket, the batters were holding the bat as high as possible. For instance, you can take someone like Johnny Bairstow, who are having too higher of a backlift to be ready to hit the ball at any point of time, as they were preparing themselves mentally for the T20 format. That's actually something deciding everything for them. Pushing singles here and there. Good spectatorship here, as English cricket team are enjoying this vibe here. Try to cut the ball. That's a first wicket. The first dismissal, and the batter has to depart. He tried to cut it away, but the ball was not bouncing as of expected. And that found the bottom edge of the bat and hit the stumps. The bails were flying. Good breakthrough here for India on this morning. Good breakthrough in the middle. Just kind of starting the game as of expected. Johnny Birbeck, the new batter, to bat down in the middle. I think we have to come back to this game, as this being played as professionally as possible, as these cricketers will continue to play the game of cricket for the past 30 to 40 years. That's because of the passion for the game that you're having, and to excel in such a sport. This is one of those most enthusiastic sport to play on, of course, after the soccer, because it provides you a lot of joy and enthusiasm. You'll enjoy playing this process of, despite of you winning this game or losing this game, you'll always enjoy playing this game. Especially in India, this has been a long tradition of people watching cricket and playing cricket. That has been the culture of weekends here. That's fingers were up. Shout, and that's getting completed. Another wicket falls here. That's quite early breakthroughs in the middle for India. Got a good start with the openers, but after the first wicket have fallen, another wicket. It's going 2 wickets for now. "28 for 2 now, as England are a bit of struggling in the middle. The man at 4 is Monty Douglas. Is getting into the crease. "28 for 2 now, as England are a bit of struggling in the middle. 28 for 2 now, as England are a bit of struggling in the middle. 28 for 2 now, as England squeezes for the single over the sweeper cover region, with Richard Merriman is having his time to the perfection. He's been meeting the ball really well, and that's something that's quite needed at this kind of venues. It will be supporting the medium pacers and fast bowlers within the first 5 to 10 overs. Even though it's having a bit of dry grasses in the wicket, the early dew in the morning, which supports the fast bowlers to extract a bit of extra pace and maybe a bit of quick deliveries here and there. They should be very careful on deciding the strokes. After a point of time, the batters might be getting it into the comfortable zone, but maybe for the Englishman it will be quite as of expected kind of pace at this kind of pitch conditions. It's quite that it's going to be a batting surface, but as of the first 10 overs, it's going to be a challenge for them. There has been beautiful bowling performance from both the bowlers Subramanya Raju and Sam David. Now Monty Douglas along with Richard Merriman has to take care of this entire innings. They need some good partnership in the middle to make sure that they're making it bigger. On strike here, Richard Merriman. That has been a typical field sets arranged here, having a third man, a deep point fielder, not at the sweeper cover region. They're actually protecting the fielders for the cut shots. Another invitation for the cut shot. He's been playing the game in a similar region. Maybe that's the kind of game plan he's trying to extract, it seems, from Subramanya Raju. He's been bowling that way outside of stump. As you're hearing my voice in this commentary box, this is Bharat Sivalingam. Along with me joining Rush from English side, the commentator. Welcome Rush and welcome to Chennai.
Well, great pleasure to be here with you at the SRI Ramachandra Stadium. Good start by India. Good start by India. Be interesting to see what happens in the next few overs. England need to dig in, need to get some partnerships going.
To start with the proceedings, have you take back a look at the wicket? What did you felt after watching the wicket?
Yeah, it looks a good pitch. I think it's going to take time to settle in, get your eye in. Ball seems to be carrying through very, very well. So it looks an even pace wicket. The boys have just got to settle in, see what's happening, and then play their shots. Nice shot from Monty Douglas there, off his legs.
It's beautiful stroke making. And the first one for the batter on the middle of the plate. Speaking about that early breakthrough by India, what it meant for English cricketers while visiting to India, what would be the preparations in terms of weather, in terms of pitch condition? It'll be quite different from what England reacts.
Yeah, it's massively different, Bharat. Back home in England, it's second week in February. It's cold, wet, windy, snow. There's Douglas, attacking shot into the offside, well fielded at extra cover. And that's the end of the over. Yeah, it's completely different. The England team played at the Chepak Stadium the other day against Madras Cricket Club. Weather was a bit warmer than today. I don't think you can plan and prepare for coming to India. But these guys have done their best. They've worked hard in the winter back home in England, training hard, and we'll see how we get on. It's a good test for England today, a good test. So we'll see how they get on, and hopefully they'll get the preparations spot on for their opening game of the tournament against New Zealand on Monday.
Yeah, that'll be interesting to watch it. I'll be there in the venue. And you know what's most important? At this point of time, in mid-February, it's gonna be the arrival of summer in India, and India is having different reactions in terms of geographical landmarks. This city is one of the most hottest city to play the game of cricket.
Yeah, you're not wrong. It is warm. We've been told by people that we've been speaking to since we landed a few days ago that actually it's normally 4 or 5 degrees warmer at this time of the year, and as a result the humidity is a lot more. We've been told we're lucky. It certainly doesn't feel lucky. It is warm, but it's very humid. Very humid.
As of looking this pitch condition, I didn't saw much cracks in the middle. I don't feel the wicket's nature will turn into the course of the second innings, or it'll impact the chasing side. What would be your thoughts? Because you won't have any support of due factors in the later part of the innings. So is it better to bat on, or if England won the toss, what would have been that decision?
Yeah, I think that's a great point, Bharat. I don't think the pitch is going to deteriorate too much at all. It looks a very, very good track. Yes, there are cracks in it. You'd expect that. I think if England had won the toss, they would have put India in. That's my personal feeling. I haven't spoken to the skipper, Richard Merriman, so I don't know. But my thoughts would be that they would put India in. That's a great shot. That's a great shot. Over mid-wicket for 4. Then he's playing his shots when the ball's there to play.
He's taking that responsibility, and these strokes were reminding me of those older days of cricket that had more tradition, more promises, with lesser quality of bats. But as the time is keep on changing, especially with England, I just wanted to add a lot more point with what Ben Stokes is doing in England cricket right now, with the way how he's approaching his captainships, with the way how he's placing his fielders, sometimes going way out of the grammar, it seems. What's your take on this?
Yeah, you're absolutely right. I mean, he's Bazball, whatever you want to call it, the approach that the England team have in all formats of the game, Bareth. So we're not just talking Test cricket; we're talking the T20s and the one-day internationals. It's revolutionised the way teams look at playing. How do you counter it? I don't know how you counter it. I think some teams have got a plan and they will stick to it. It's just very difficult to defend against when everything is going to the boundary every single ball. It's a nice push out onto the offside and just a single. England just continuing to feel the way into the game after the first few overs. The loss of 2 wickets has obviously made them think a bit more. Although Merriman has set the way, punishing the bad balls and taking the signals where he can.
It's just coming back to this game. Of course, you will be having this thought process of adding a value of spinners addition in the side, because this city particularly in South India, you must have spinners to fight on against. Not just India, any side you're facing, as these conditions support the spinners a lot. You guys are having spinners, the finger spinners and leg spinners. How many varieties of spinners you're having?
Yeah, probably not as many as the Indian team have. We do have some spinners, some very, very accomplished spinners. And I think you're absolutely right. The nature of the pitches out here in India are going to help. But they only help if you put the ball in the right spot. The nature of the wickets, traditionally, they're not particularly quick. So if you don't put the ball in the right spot and the ball sticks a bit, it's not going to come onto the bat. The batsmen can just help themselves. So, yeah, there is going to be benefit spin, but you've got to put it in the right place.
And the local coaches here, right from the age of 10, the one thing they'll keep on telling the cricketers is play as late as possible. Play as late as possible. That's something.
Yeah, and that's a fantastic point. And that's the nature of the difference between pitches in England and pitches here in India, in the subcontinent. Back in England, you've got to have a very, very good eye to play late. The pitches tend to be a bit harder. The ball comes through a bit quicker. You've got to be really on it to play late. If you can play late in India, by all means, yes. But it's high risk, high reward. So we will see as the tournament progresses. We'll see the approach of the England batsmen, how they do it. But yeah, it's a great point. I think batsmen, they've played cricket all over the world, you know. They know conditions. It's if they back themselves. And if they back themselves, then fine. If they're second-guessing themselves, they don't know, they're not going to play well, they're probably going to get themselves out. It's as simple as that.
That's your offer. So far it's going really well, maintaining the run rate. Maybe they're also adapting that baseball impact in this game, it seems. Because over in the earlier part of the way how ODI cricket have came into the period, at the point of 10 overs, the teams would be scoring 30 odd for just fall of 1 wicket or no loss. That will be considered to be a decent power play total. Even sometimes that will be good power play total. But now looking at the scorecard, it's 46 for 2 in 8 overs. Shows that the intent for scoring runs is keep on improving. And on the other end, the lower order batters and the so-called tail enders are the pure bowlers, are not just pure bowlers in the modern day cricket. They are also batting. So we are having 11 batters who could bowl also.
Yeah, it's a great point. I think that's the evolution of cricket, isn't it? And particularly in the one-day format. Gone are the days where you could have maybe 9, 10, 11 just there as the bowlers, and you know as a bowling side, if they came into bat, you would skittle them out very quickly. That has changed. You've got to bat all the way down now. But you've got to make sure that you give those boys at the end of the innings the platform for them to do that. And that's why it's so important that Monty Douglas and Richard Merriman, who are out there at the moment for England, yeah, they're playing quite circumspectly, but when the bad ball's there, they're making sure that they cash in and then it hits it. some good bowling by India. It's been a fascinating first 8 overs.
That's Emmanuel Benjamin, the new bowler, a left-arm spinner. Typically, left-arm spinners are a lot of value. That's why I asked you this question. You're having finger spinners or leg spinners, because finger spinners, especially left-arm spinners, are having a lot of added value in terms of playing in Chennai. The ball drifts a lot. For them, you're not calling them left-arm spinners, like they're left-arm bowlers, in fact.
Yeah, I mean, India's a home of spinning, so I will take that on advisement. I'm not going to argue with you. I think it comes down to a variety. Finger spinners, their great benefit is a variation of pace, because that's what gets batsmen out. Yes, they do get a lot more drift, but it's variation of pace, as opposed to maybe a traditional leg spinner, where it's got to be more revolution with the wrist to actually maintain the ball's flight, if that makes sense. There is a massive difference, and it's whether the England boys can pick that up. It's whether the Indian bowlers are clever enough to work out what's happening. It's fascinating.
I think they're adapting to the situations as early as possible. And this one, another cut shot, and that beats the fielders to go for the boundary. Another boundary. As of this morning, with this 10 overs of cricket, I've seen a lot of cut shots attempted by both the captain Richard Merriman as well as Mel Hussain. But the problem with that dismissal delivery, it didn't bounce as of expected.
Yeah, I think Hussain will be is obviously going to be disappointed. You're absolutely right. He played a shot a couple of balls before, executed fantastically well. From our position at the pavilion end here, Barath, I think he thought it was going to bounce the same level, and it quite obviously didn't. But just going back to the previous shot from Monty Douglas, real intent again. Fantastic cut shot through the covers. It's going well.
Still having the basics right, still having that focus on the ball. I really love that. I'm not sure if I'm 60, if I come to that point of time, I'm not sure whether I could be able to play the game of cricket, but this is quite admiring and inspiring.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, Barath. This is for anybody who's watching, wherever you are in the world, welcome. These guys are been plying the trade for 40 plus years. They're in the 60s. They are fit, but you are right. It takes a hell of a lot of effort to put your body through this at their age. It's hard enough for young men and women playing sport, particularly cricket, but these boys are in the 60s. You know, it takes a lot. When the tournament starts, of course, the schedule is just brutal. Back-to-back games for all teams, I think. That is a tough ask.
Of course, there will be challenges. 50 up here, England, 52 for 2. Got a good start, it seems, because Richard Merriman is that one key factor. As long as he stays in the crease, as long as he maintains the same kind of composure, the dominance will be towards England.
Yeah, good point. Richard Merriman, experienced player. He's the most experienced of the party. The captain leads from the front, opens the batting. If he stays in for the next 15-20 overs, and as I say that, there's an LBW appeal. Not out. If he stays in for the next 15-20 overs, any support from Monty Douglas, it gives England a real platform. He can accumulate runs at quite a strong rate, and it obviously helps England enormously if he can do that.
And every time that Hazard comes out as being a supporter of the bowling side, we'll get some enthusiasm, whether it's going to be fingers up or not. At the same time, being a supporter of a batting side, it's quite nervous and oh my god, what happens if another wicket falls down? That's a kind of emotion.
You're right, and it transmits. And the boys are just away from us here. They're about 15-20 yards to our left, the England boys. They can hear it, and there's a sense, when Mel Hussain was dismissed, you could visibly hear it from the boys. It's how you adapt. They've played cricket for a long time, they know. It's the ebbs and flows of the game, and that's why we love it so much.
A simple bowling style here. Rajshekhar Raman continues to bowl. 2 spinners on both the ends, both pavilion end as well as the hostel end. I just wanted to add a lot of value about this English batting, which Indians always get admired of. Rather than any other countries, English batting is something that we love to watch, we love to adopt, but to an extent. That natural Indian style of batting will come into our style.
Yeah, I think it's more to do with the conditions in England that are different. So when players from India come over, and many players have come over to play county cricket in England, the vast majority have struggled initially, but once they're used to it, yeah, and just on cue again, slightly wide, Merriman onto it on a flash. Yeah, and just on cue again, slight.
At that position, but still he couldn't stop the ball. That's a quite good connection.
Yeah, he picked the gap fantastically well. And you're right, there was a fielder there. In fact, the ball before, he moved 5-6 yards to the left. I think Merriman spotted it, and he's actually hit it into the place where that fielder was. Again, that's wide. And dispatched again. Same place, another 4. Yeah, and just on cue, again, slight. Actually hit it into the place where that fielder was.
Cut shot is something, it's his cup of tea, it seems. Typically every English batter's cup of tea, but what's surprising is again that bounce factor. Adapting to the new condition in a very first day of game is quite challenging, right?
Yeah, it's absolutely challenging. You're spot on. But the difference there, those last 2 deliveries, Barath, as we talked about getting the ball in the right place. The ball wasn't in the right place. It was short, it was wide. Merriman was onto it in a flash. I think the Indian skipper needs to be looking at that. If Raman is going to continue bowling at that end and he's going to be bowling like that, then the 2 fielders that he's got on the offside in the covers need to be moving to their left if that's the line he's going to bowl. I'm presuming that the Indian skipper didn't tell him to bowl like that. But regardless of that, Merriman, 2 excellent boundaries, which just shows the value of, you said it earlier on, that ball and that pace, if it's slightly wide, it's going. That ball is going to the boundary. We've seen it a number of times.
And I believe in this tactics of placing a strong zone. I think I just wanted to add this one innings played by Sachin Tendulkar in 2004, if I'm not wrong. It's 241 against Australia. That hand-eye coordination is something that adds more value to cover drive. Literally every single batter plays cover drive if you find the ball at the right length. But he controlled that shot.
About yesterday in the hotel amongst some of the team. Obviously the test match is going on. The 3rd test is going on in Rajkot as we speak. The stadium looked quite empty. There were people there, of course, but it did look quite empty. And it's difficult for us because the test matches back home, whoever's playing are always full. You go to Lords, you go to the Oval, you go to Edgbaston, Trent Bridge, Headingley. And the other venues now we've got, the Rose Bowl and up at Durham, they're always full. It's quite a strange thing to see a test match between England and India with a half-full stadium, shall we say. It's strange. Who's going to the crease? I think that's the vice skipper, Ed Gordon-Lennox, number 9 on his back, taking strike. Experienced player. Good player, good timer of the ball.
I think adding to what you said, a test match between India and England is one of the most traditional and iconic games to watch out for. But of course that is actually losing its way in the middle in India because of the fandom of white ball cricket, especially T20. To be very honest, those franchisee cricket have brought in a different form of cricket watching in India, across the globe of course.
The franchise cricket now is huge. There's an appetite for it. I don't see it diminishing. I just see it getting bigger and bigger and bigger. And whether that has a detriment on Test cricket worldwide, it probably will. More players can play round the world all year round in the various T20 franchises rather than committing themselves to a 3-month tour. It's something that the governing bodies are going to have to look at. I don't think it's changing. I think it's just going to get bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger. We'll see how Test match. I'm an old fuddy-duddy. I still believe that Test match cricket is the purest form of cricket, and it's why it's called Test. It's a test of you mentally and physically. Many of you listening to this, you can comment and give us your thoughts. We'd love to hear from you. But that was my feelings.
I think this is a very big topic to speak about because it's quite controversial. But that's how it goes. If you deep dive into it, people will say that we are a old school mentality cricket fans. But that's how it goes. While watching this Barmy Army, you know that, right? They will come every single test match, every single match of where England plays. I'll sometimes have this jealousy feeling of this English fans. They will travel across the globe to watch England playing the test match. And now it's slowly transforming towards India, that we are having our own fans who are traveling to Birmingham, London, Lords to watch test match that India plays. And most of the people, my friends in Chennai, are having this one desire in their wish list, which is to go to the Lord's balcony. That desire is still there in Chennai.
Yeah, I think it's a great point you make about the Barmy Army. They're a tremendous bunch of men and women. They need to do. They follow England all over the place. They're here. In fact, one of our tour party is going to be joining the Barmy Army for the test in Dharamsala. So it's a good following, and I think it gives the players a boost. You know, it's not cheap to come and watch your team play abroad, and particularly a
fielders to the perfection. He used the bowlers really well. That's one of those times during this 2011 and 12.
MS Dhoni, but let's not forget the achievements of Alistair Cook. Led from the front as England skipper, opened the batting. He definitely challenged MS on many occasions, and I know MS has spoken. Do you fear the most? He mentions Alistair Cook. And not because he's an aggressive type of player, but because his captaincy was so good. He constantly challenged the opposition captain. And yeah, their contests will go down in history. Fantastic contest to watch as a spectator.
Kwame is a schoolboy who wants his nation to perform well in the game. The only troublemaker with Alistair Cook. He will challenge. Is that a drop catch?
Yeah, it's hard to say from our position here. The wicketkeeper initially looked like he thought it was struck. We're quite away from the middle, ladies and gents. So, but the initial reaction by the wicketkeeper certainly would suggest that there was an edge. However, the batters didn't run, so maybe our eyes are deceiving us.
Closer, they have to play as close to the body to maintain this partnership, maybe for the next 10 to 15 overs.
Yeah, they're sitting in England at present 109 for 4. It's by no means a bad score. I think That's the tone of your team is set by your captain. Ben Stokes for England, you know, he's a tremendous leader. Over and above being a tremendous cricketer. And it's that mentality that then brings the team on. It's a style of play that people want to see. And he's more than happy, no matter what the circumstances, in adversity, to continue to do it. Now, he's going to get criticised sometimes when it doesn't go his way, as he has done, but it doesn't change his mindset. And I think for other members of the team to see that, there's a clarity of thought, a clarity of process.
No doubt, such a legend. In terms of batting, bowling, as captain, I've never seen anybody declaring an innings the first day of a test match, and he did that.
He did, and he got some stick for that. Not just in the English media, but the worldwide media. I mean, yeah, you live or die by your decisions as a captain, but as I said to you, you know, he's not afraid to take those decisions. He's not afraid to come out and say, I thought this was the right thing to do at that particular time, and that's why we did it. And I think from his teammates' point of view, you want that from your captain. You want them to be accountable. You want them to have clarity of mind, clarity of thought. Yeah, okay, it didn't work out, but what a bold decision.
It's quite bold decision. And steps out, strong appeal. And the fingers were up. This is quite soft dismissal in terms of celebration. The bowlers walking silently, and the only one celebration was from the wicket keeper.
Yeah, we are a long way, but we have the luxury of seeing this on the monitors. I've got to say, I think that's harsh. The umpire has got to make a lot of assumptions. You know, batsman coming down the wicket, taking a few strides. Yes, he did hit him on the pad, but he was a long way down. A bit unlucky, I would say. But a breakthrough again for India. They're right in this game now.
So we're speaking about the left arm spinners, we're bringing up the image here. And of course, stepping out, it's part of the action. It's favouring the bowler.
It is, but that one looked harsh. The batsman was a long way down. I mean, that thought process in the umpire's mind, obviously the umpire is a lot closer to the action than we are. But the batsman took two very big strides down. And yes, the ball was probably pitching in line, but it's still got to do a lot to hit the stumps. I think you count yourself a touch unlucky. Now bringing tremendous character to the crease. Chris Noddy Dearden. Small in stature, big in heart.
Films batting.
Yeah, I think he's going to have to give it a go. I don't see any point, and as it is, just to try and bat out overs. We talked about it earlier on. You've got to have the mindset. I think his mindset will be, yeah, let's give it a go. He's seen that if you get the ball outside the 30-metre ring, that ball's disappearing. He's not afraid to play his shots. That's for certain.
Some people used to say opening the innings is going to be a challenging task for a cricketer. For instance, nobody speaks a lot about middle order batters and the pressure that they're going through. Because we cannot have a structure for a middle order batter. He should not have a pattern, because the match will describe on what he have to do. Always give them kind of games, the game plans are the kind of pressure that they're building. Now you have to bat under a situation of 136 for 5.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. It does change your mindset slightly, but we come back to the point we made right at the top of the broadcast. Back yourself. Back yourself. Play your natural game. If you're going to try and play something that you're not used to doing or you don't feel comfortable with, you will fail. Yes, circumstances dictate. Look, England don't want to lose another wicket now. They do. You know, you say India are right on top. As it is, the introduction of left arm spin has really brought the Indian team back into this game tremendously well. It's been good bowling. It's been backed up by some good fielding as well. So yeah, play your game is what I'd say. Within the limitations of what's being offered to you. If the ball's there on the stumps, you're not going to try and whack it for 6. Yes, defend. But when the ball's there to hit, it needs to get dispatched and go. It's been a good over this so far. Right on the money.
I think there won't be enough space for the middle order batters to make a lot of homework, because everything is going to be it's a kind of scenario for them. You have to apply your game plan for this scenario today. It's going to be decided right moment, so you can't be much prepared for it. If you're an opener, you'll be having kind of preparation. Who's going to open the ball? Means with the ball, it's going to be the top bowler, who's going to be the mainstream bowler. You'll plan your innings. So, for someone like Chris Dearden, you have to adapt to the condition. Because if it is 136, 186 for 5, then the approach will be.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, Gareth. That's it. 186 for 5 is a different complexion to 136 for 5. But I'll still say that, you've got to play your own game. Don't be intimidated. Now, you're going to get good bowling, and this has been an excellent few overs. Challenging the batsman just on and around that off stump, trying to induce a false shot. We've seen a couple go past the outside edge. We've seen a missed chance at slip. It's all building a bit of pressure. Now, this will get to the England players, don't get me wrong, and they're going to be mindful of it, but I don't think it should inhibit their natural game. You can only bat with what's in front of you, and if the bowling's good, you've just got to take it on the chin sometimes.
36, 137 for 5.
Right, I'm loath to do it, but ladies and gents, I'm just going to take a short break. Hopefully that'll not lead to a loss of 2 England wickets. But I'll see you shortly.
Thank you, Rash. It's Bill Dickon is building the next level. He has to maintain this partnership with Chris Dearden, having 19 more overs to be bowled. Arm spinners are the added value as of what Rash said. Shape for the ball, not giving enough space for the batter to time the ball. Look at that. Restricting the flight. Trying to bowl like a typical arm ball. Avinash Kumar continues to bowl. The shape that he's holding on. It's gone for a dot ball. Has to take some time in it because this is the most crucial phase of this innings as Phil Dickon has to take control of certain things. We're having 20 overs in front of you, but 19 overs in front of you, and you have to build this partnership as well as you have to make it to be a decent total at the end of 45 overs. As of what Rash spoken, expected 250 or more on each side. Maybe I have a different thought process. As of I said, I will be asking 210 for the English side to defend this total. Considering 2 reasons. One, with the hard conditions Indians are fielding, now they have to bat. Be having the same energy as of English batters had in the initial phase of this innings. That's going to add a lot of advantage for English bowlers and fielders to take a lot of advantage to get that early breakthrough. Good try, baits a fielder, and that goes for the boundary despite of his soccer effort. Goes for the boundary. He's the left arm spinner Ratan Sharma, the bowler now. Bowling his 7th over of the day. Picked up 2 wickets so far in this innings. A front-footed push. They have spoken a lot about back-foot instincts of a batter. Most of these batters have this habit of spinners into the back foot. They are quite successful with the way how they are approaching. Look at that. That looks interesting. Run out opportunity. Yes and no calls could cost you a wicket, as if you saw what happened to Sarfraz Khan in this day's game. Be too challenging. Back foot. Another chance of going for the single. Denies that call, the batter. I think Chris Dearden wants to spend more time in the crease, it seems. There shouldn't be any miscommunications in terms of running between the wickets. Rather than going for the rush singles, the batter should have better understanding of their game plan. He's bowling really well, Ratan Sharma. Couple of dot balls in this over. And one more to end this over will be a maiden over if he continues to bowl the dot ball. Well, this last ball. This time goes for a cheeky single towards the final leg. Fielder chasing down the ball. Chance of a run out. Good running between the wickets. 2 to end this over. 144 for 5.
Hello again, everyone. I've just had a brief step away from the commentary area. Went to speak to some of the England lads. Some furrowed brows in the England team. They know how important it is not to lose another wicket here. And I've got to say, the advent of these two Indian left-arm spinners has really brought India back into the game. Run rate now, not as it was. England need to find a way out of this situation. India very much on top. Phil Deakin, nice single. Played into the offside. Brings Chris Dearden on to strike. Nice and accurate again from the bowler. Not giving Dearden the opportunity to free his arms. Nice defensive shot. Quicker delivery that time, push through as a consequence, down the leg side. The rules of this competition, balls down the leg side, immediate leg side wide. Dylan had a swipe at it but missed it. Dearden on the back foot, slaps it down the ground, ambles through for a single. England 147 for 5. Tickled round the corner by Phil Deakin there. Just a single. Good stop. Short extra, doing onto the back foot, and that's the end of the over. England 149 for 5. Break in play, folks. Drinks break. It is appreciably warmer here now. And the players coming off for a well-deserved break. So as it stands, very finely poised. I personally think India have fought back very, very well. 30 overs gone, England 149 for 5. I was mentioning a score of 250 plus. Barath, my co-commentator, digging me in the ribs and reminded me that a score of 210 is possibly a good score on this pitch. The way it's going, I think England will be delighted to get up to 210. 30 overs gone, 149 for 5. The highlight of the England innings so far, a wonderful knock by the skipper Richard Merriman. Led from the front, a couple of early England wickets, had India's tails up, but he really steadied the ship. Good partnership with Monty Douglas. A fine 75. Lots of attacking shots, particularly through the cover area that the Indian bowlers and fielders didn't seem to address. Gave him free rein to play his shots, and he took every advantage. A couple of quick wickets then fell. Richard Merriman himself and Monty Douglas, and the advantage was wrestled back by India. And since then, I think, in all fairness, India have had the upper hand. The two left arm slow bowlers really put the clamps on England. It's going to be a tough slog here. Another 15 overs to go. I can't see India changing their approach. What have the England lads got to make sure they set up a competitive total? Finely poised, but India just slightly ahead. So the players have made their way back out after the drinks break. A bit of pitch maintenance being undertaken. It was interesting to see the England batting pair, Chris Dearden and Phil Deakin, encouraged by the rest of the England squad on the sidelines. They know how important the next 4 or 5 overs in. England, as I've said, I think have just been pegged back in the last 5 to 6 overs. They'll be mindful that they really don't want to lose too many wickets too early. The Indian approach, I think, is going to be more of the same. Will they continue with the slow left arm spin, which has brought them the dividends? It'll be interesting to see. It's going to be Phil Deakin to take strike at the pavilion end. And it's a good opportunity to welcome back my co-commentator, who's just had a bite to eat. Barath, you must be feeling a hell of a lot better now than you were about 15 hours ago.
The most crucial phase of this game. The positive thing is Phil Deakin is set and he's 31 of 43. This is giving a bit of hope for England because they're having a key batter who's set batter. Even after losing 5 wickets, there are a lot of chances of them making it to a good total, but I'm not sure whether it's going to be 250.
Yes, you did laugh at me when I said 250 and you mentioned 210. We shall see. But it's a good point. Phil Deakins well says he's a very, very good player. He won't be fazed by this. But his mindset's got to be right. Drinks breaks, sometimes things can happen. There's lapses in concentration. We'll see how he gets on. It looks like India are going to continue with a left arm spin. Some changes to the field being made. Here we go then. Last 15 overs coming up.
Continuing with the left-arm spin attack. There's a tall batter. Sometimes height factor batters, tall batters, sometimes finding it where the puck is coming as low as possible, especially in subcontinents. Because at the same time, short batters are finding certain.
Yeah, it's right. I mean, it's horses for courses. There are some balls that are easier for a taller player to hit because they've got long levers and better leverage. Conversely, it's difficult for players who are smaller of stature. Deakin plays it on the... I don't know what he's looking at, but he played that quite well on the leg side. Very well fielded. I think he thought he'd hit it that well that it was going for four. But a great bit of fielding.
That is this player from England, his name is Mark Taylor. It's very short, and his style of batting is very fresh and it's not the style of his batting. He rose to prominence, came in not many fans, but all of a sudden, it's how much performance. It's one such quality batter, so style.
Yeah, I think we've talked about it during the course of this commentary, haven't we? It's batters finding something that works for them and adapting their style. Every batter has a different style, of course. No two batters are the same. You see this ball come in again. Right on the money. Deakin just pushes it out to cover. There's no run, and that's the end of the over. Current score, England 149 for 5. And that's 31 gone. Yeah, as I said, it's horses for courses. Different styles for different batsmen. Body shape is a very good point that you mentioned. Is going to have an effect. It's going to be easier for some players who are taller to hit the ball than people who are shorter. But it's all about a batter finding something that's comfortable and works for them. But interesting period of the game now. We're entering the final phase of the England innings. Quite a heated discussion, animated discussion here at the pavilion end. The bowler and skipper make some adjustments to the field. What do you make of that, Barath? There's a lot of pointing going on.
An actual trace of that body language. It's over, it seems, with Daphnis facing his fielders. Discussion about the power play, it seems. 49 for 5. I think at this point of time, this is going to be the most crucial phase where both the batters have to ask each other whether to take the risk of or to maintain the composure for the next couple of overs, because you need 7 to 8 overs to make it bigger.
Yeah, there's no need to panic. It's a very good point. You've still got a number of overs to go. Let's watch this. Dearden prods it out. Backwards a point. Well fielded, and there's no run. Change of bowler at this end, Rath, you see. It's gone away from the left arm spin. Interesting when it was working so well. We'll see if it works in India's favour.
6 singles here and there. Good running between the wickets. I think they're getting a better understanding, it seems. 150 up here for England.
Yeah, 150 up. Nice little shot from Chris Dearden, just pushing it into the offside. A change of pace, maybe. It's going to help the English batters.
Hammer through the covers. Will be getting a single. Another single. Good running between the wickets. Pressure is the bowler has to bowl different target every single ball.
Yeah, it's about putting him off his rhythm. That's a bit fuller. Dearden sets off for a run, sent back by his partner Phil Deakin. Ball sent down to square leg, well fielded, and there's no run. Yeah, the bowler You know what bowlers are like. They don't want to give away any runs. They particularly hate it when the strike is being rotated like it is.
Another single, good running between the wickets. I think same mindset is followed by the English batters. They know when to take the risk of scoring runs because you already lost 5 wickets. You're not sure about the tail enders, so-called tail end, to be very honest. Because most of the English batters are very good at batting. The bowlers are very good at batting.
Yeah, it's about maintaining your confidence, maintaining your strike. I think it's 4 off that over 4 singles, which means the context of the match isn't bad. You're going to be looking at this stage a minimum of 4 runs per over. You'd like it to be double that if you can. Obviously, the onus is on the bowlers to stop that happening. Interesting that there was a change of bowling at this end. I'm not quite sure that's the right thing for India to do when they were so on top. I don't know what you feel about that. Strange decision for me.
Expecting fast bowlers to march in. At some point of time, you can't use the spinners till the last over, where they could have hit sixers. Spoke about outfield, finding boundaries. At some point of time, a change of momentum because playing the slow bowlers again and again will actually set themselves for the pace. They're actually bowling really well.
Yeah, he's been exceptionally well. That one pushed through very quickly, striking Dearden on the pad. Muted appeal, ball was going down, but yeah, noticeably quicker through the air.
I think this will be quite controversial, but I just wanted to ask this question to you. Rohit Sharma spoke about pitch condition effects. Every time when the pitch turns a lot, there will be criticism towards the pitch was not being prepared well in India. But whereas in case in other conditions like South Africa, England, if it bounces, if it swings well, it will be considered as a good track for the bowlers. Then why can't it be considered for the good track for the spinners when the ball turns?
Yeah, you're never going to win that argument. You're never going to win that argument. It's levelled all the time, particularly teams. You see Dearden again, playing that on the leg side, fielded at mid-wicket and there's no run. Yeah, you're going to hear that levelled all the time. I think it's harsh and I think it's unfair. But it doesn't stop people criticising. Wide ball there. Signalled by the umpire.
And that's why Ben Stokes had different kind of approach. He stopped blaming the condition because this is how India is going to be ready for that. But bold decisions of making Anderson to sit in the bench in the very first test match, which went on into the favours of them.
Yeah, that's a really good point. I mean, the criticism that Ben Stokes got for that was quite severe. Okay, you're going to live or die by your decisions, as I've said. Ben Stokes isn't afraid to make those decisions. You know, and he's made it. That's a great shot by Dearden. It's a tremendous shot through the mid-wicket boundary.
I think that's the right way to play that shot. A left-arm spinner, play against a spin for a sweep shot. And found the gap. No man was standing at that position. Beautiful stroke making. And he's saying something. He is about to take this innings to the next level. He took his own time, 29 balls for the first boundary.
Yeah, it's intent, and I think it shows the bowler, if you are going to drop one shot, then it's getting dispatched. It puts the bowler in a difficult position. It's very difficult to play 6 balls in exactly the same spot. If you did that all the time, nobody would score any runs. So it's just, for the majority of the over, the ball was right on target. That one was short, very, very well dispatched, let's be honest, by Chris Dearden to the mid-wicket boundary. He was on it like a flash, and it absolutely flew to the boundary. So yeah, puts the bowler in 2 minds. Good for him, i.e. the batsman, that he's got the bowler thinking. But Dearden's got to back that up. If he sees another one again, is he going to go for the same shot? Do the Indians, or the Indian skipper, think, do you know what, drop it down there again, we'll put the man out and try and get him to play it? Mind games. It's always mind games.
That's ego of a bowler and ego of a captain. Try this shot again. I have a fielder now. It happens, maybe. We'll wait for the next over. That to happen now.
Yeah, it's all about ego. All about ego.
Signs of a deep fielder in the deep spinal region. Good use of the feet. Going for the single. And so far it's been an equal battle between both the sides. At some point of time England have dominated the game really well. All of a sudden there will be a couple of wickets falling in the middle. Yeah, will be dominating. Again England getting that partnership. Single sweep cover region.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. It's been an up and down game. India in the ascendancy early on with the 2 quick wickets. That initiative was taken away by Merriman, as we said, with tremendous innings. England firmly on top, as we both spoke about. But then again, another 2 quick wickets for India had them right back on it. And the middle patch of the England innings with the slow left arm spin. That's a tremendous shot. Down the ground for 4. Tremendous shot by Deacon. Yeah, and it's gone back again. England clawing their way back in, mindful that they've got wickets in hand. The overs are running out, however. Be interesting the next few overs to see the mindset. But you mentioned intent. I think there's definitely been an intent from that drinks break. I think you can see it in the minds of the England batsmen.
Showing clearly and scoring boundaries. A good attempt of going for the cut shot. They're walking, not running, which shows that it's going to be boundary, back-to-back boundaries here with 2 different placements.
Yeah, tremendous shot by Phil Deakin. That stood up big and tall in the crease. It wasn't a particularly bad ball, but it got absolutely crunched through the cover boundary. An area where we've seen a lot of runs coming today. 4 very welcome runs for England. Excellent over for them. They move on to 167 for 5.
It's really good for them. Scoring a boundary in every single over, something they can really improve the run rate in terms of that expectation of 250 will still be there, because both the batters were finding easy ways to score the boundaries. I won't say it's easy boundaries, I think it is easy to score them.
Yeah,
even for the difficult deliveries.
Absolutely, and we talked about, you know, the previous overs, 4 and over, the minimum you should be looking at. If you can have your 4 singles and over and then add a boundary to it, suddenly you're up to 8 and over. It makes a big difference. That 250, fingers crossed, becomes a distinct possibility. 4 singles in an over, you are going to be struggling to get to 250. I wish you could see my co-commentator's face, ladies and gentlemen. He's convinced 210 is an absolutely belting score on this track. I'm still hopelessly optimistic, unbiased of course.
Actually, the best thing of being a cricket commentator is you'll always have the chances of you being proven wrong, and that's quite fortunate because you get to watch something new out of your experience.
Yeah, absolutely right, and I'm sure during the course of this tournament both myself and yourself are going to be proven wrong on quite a few occasions.
That means the fielder will be marching towards the fence for the boundary. A welcome boundary, quite elegant. Reminds me of Mahila Jayawardene.
As we said before, once it gets past that ring, that ball is absolutely flying to the boundary. He had no chance of recovery. 4 welcome runs.
Another time, this time good stop from the fielder. I think this should be restricted, scoring boundaries of every single over. As of what you said, the expectations of 250, they're working on it.
You know, another boundary here would make it very interesting. but another boundary in the over would also make it very interesting. They've certainly upped the tempo, it's quite noticeable. And there we go with intent. Deakin smashes that to the mid-wicket.
They're actually speaking about boundary in a over, but it's 2 boundaries in a over. That's the kind of tradition that they're following. It's 35 176 for 5. Another good thing I love with Bill Deacon is he's not getting carried away with the boundary he scored. Straight away after that boundary, which clearly shows that he's watching the ball every time without any distractions or factors.
You're right, he's a very experienced player, he's a very good player. You know, he's played to the conditions, he's played to the situation. I think when we look at his score, you think, well, how's he scored that many? You know, as he sits here at the moment, if I can see that, he sits on 45 from 59 deliveries, 8 boundaries in that, strike rate of 76.37. That's not too shabby in any form of cricket, but it doesn't feel like he's had the 8 boundaries. He's just played very, very well. You know, this is an important time for England. You know, 176 for 5. Those 2 boundaries make a big difference in the over, as we've talked about. Another few overs like that, then we'll be flying past that 210 that you predicted.
I think I'm going to be roasted for that weird prediction.
I don't think so. I think in the context of it, I probably think you're going to be nearer to it than my 250. I'm obviously hoping for 250, but we will see.
I'd still say 2 wickets in a row will bring the difference. And making me get my words back. 2 is the call, running for the second run. And that's beautiful running between the wickets. Imagine at 11:55 AM in Chennai, you're running for the second run. Great sign.
That is a great sign. These boys have trained really hard over the English winter to make themselves get into the best condition. Interesting change of bowling from this pavilion end. We're back to left arm spin.
Emmanuel Benjamin, the bowler. Just 8th over. Got a wicket for the bowler, 33 for 1. Maiden over. Dot balls in the middle.
Yeah.
This is something that's been missing for a long while in the they've been rotating strikes here and much pressure on the batters. If you keep on bowling such dot balls, there are a lot of chances for the batters to make mistakes.
Yeah, 4 balls gone in this over. Just a single from it. Dearden paddling that to deep mid wicket. Interesting change for me though, bringing on the slow left armer. We did question why spin wasn't used again after the drinks interval. A change of heart from the Indian skipper, seeing that the scoring rate was going up, maybe prompted his decision.
Up to the bats. Getting his half century. Maybe what's your thought? It's tournament batting. Is it something like that? Or is it just a frame batters?
Yeah, I've heard this phrase mentioned recently, and I'll be honest with you, I really don't know what it means. I think it means something to some people, but for the vast majority of cricket lovers, they have no idea what it means. I'm sure there are some players who do operate in that style, and they know exactly, they know in their head how many runs they've got, what they need to achieve, what they're going to do to get to the next level. I don't get it. I think you just go out and play your game, and if it happens, it happens. If it doesn't, it doesn't.
things were quite different. Pan was speaking about this much century. So the record from being counted by fans, then the numbers have been think about numbers. Oh, he's milestone 10,000.
And I think the advent of fantasy sports now, so you can have a fantasy cricket team. Obviously, the IPL's coming up in a few weeks. You pick your fantasy IPL team. The milestones are important in that part. People saying, yeah, he takes that many wickets, he bats that. I get it. I understand where it's coming from. Personally, I've never operated at that level. You just go out, play your best. Sometimes it's going to come off. Sometimes your opponent's going to be better than you, and you've got to shake hands at the end of the game, walk off and have a beer together. Oh, missed field from that. Dearden playing it on the offside, going towards the boundary, and that's 4. A welcome for another missed field, Banding is 2 in the last few overs. Welcome runs for England.
It's a welcome gift for Indians. The English batters. It's here and there. Continuing with what we're speaking about, I personally don't feel any batters will be having that milestone because playing for a team is something that's out of the world emotion. You can't keep your personal milestones beside your team's victory.
Yeah, I think you're right on that. And you are an individual, but you're an individual within a team context. I think if you're going out with a mindset of individual milestones, I think that's going to transmit itself to your teammates and potentially not help your team. Now, as I said, I don't like the phrase. I really don't like the phrase. There'll be certain things that people look at and obviously may be criticised for my views. I welcome your comments, but there you go. It is what it is.
5. 2 more parts to get completed. 5 more for his half century. And I'm speaking about milestone and see. What is the expectations? He's around some 40. And Ravindra Jadeja rushed for a single. Not to be a dismissal of Sarfraz Khan. That's quite a bit of pressure when he's batting.
Yeah, it is. But you've got to say that young man has absolutely no fear whatsoever batting, does he? He doesn't care what format it is. He doesn't care who he's up against. That ball is getting pushed into the stands. It was tremendous night yesterday. Absolutely tremendous. Deakin, that's a shot down to one on. Fielder ambles in. Throws back in. And they just keep it to the single. It's the end of the over. England 186 for 5. 37 gone. 8 to go. How's your 210 looking?
Skinner looking at 210. Let's find and watch. Some miracle will happen. Or else it would be Bharat's prediction going wrong. That's why I said there's always something to learn from a single day's game. I might be having this thought process of 210 would be perfect, but England may prove me wrong, and then it will be a good learning for me.
I don't think good learning, my friend. You know the conditions here. If you watch a lot of graded cricket here, and if you think 210 is a par score, I have a slightly different opinion, but that's my optimistic nature coming through. As it stands, it's certainly achievable. You know, we've got 8 overs to go. To get to 250, you're looking at scoring at 64. It's as we mentioned. But in the previous few overs, when England was scoring 8-9 over, that's eminently achievable if you're going to get the boundaries. Does the mindset change? These two have played really well. Knuckle down after the drinks break, they've played very, very well. Kept the score going over. The intent has been there, as we've talked about. It's how they view it now, with 8 overs remaining. 5 wickets still to go. Still a lot of good batsmen to come. Do they accelerate from here and take some more of this? It's going to be interesting.
Sure, the game is on. 250 or 40, but it's going to be a real challenge for the Indian bowlers because they won't really win some points of the game. Wicket column is yet to be filled. Two of the key batters setting themselves really well. You're focusing on Phil Dicken. Look at Chris Dearden. He's been 25 or 41. Two batters. If any one of them take the innings to the next level, there are a lot of chances of them scoring 240 or 250. Much more than that.
Yep, I think absolutely right. Again, it's mindset. We come back to mindset, don't we? Mindset and intent. Let's see. Well, there's intent. There's intent from Deakin. Stood up again and smashed.
It's excellent batting so far in this innings. Half century number 2 today. One from the skipper and this one from Phil Dicken at the most crucial phase of this innings. He built that half century. As the team was struggling when he came into the crease, he conquered, he fought well. Again, not getting carried away with that boundary. Right for the cheeky single, gets it. Celebrating now, lifting his bat. Claps are going on. That's a perfect placement from the batter. Picks the gap and connects the ball really well. The most beautiful part is after hitting the ball, they're walking away because they know that it's going to go for the boundary. Getting the perfect connections, but the way how they're timing the ball, that's most important. The sweet spot of the bat gives them the clarity. Don't run for the single, it's gonna go for the boundary. Another cut shot. Just a single.
Good running again by this pair, just pushed out into the offside. 11 runs from the over. England creeping up towards that 200. Chance of the beautiful delivery. Chance of that going for the wide ball. Vinesh Kumar continues to bowl. Bowler so far. Swing and a miss. But the good thing is the ball is getting runs on the board. We'll be back on strike now. This Jaden. Yeah, a bit more flight from Kumar, that delivery, bowling from the hostel end. Deakin certainly went for his shot. No connection with it and a bye given.
Got a good pace. Batters, it is time to go to the back foot. This is something that the bowler should continue to bowl. As if you said, 4 to 5 good balls in the over and 10 an economical spell. This should be controlled. Two things happening here. One, the misfield fetches a run for the batting side, and the other one set the batter with a couple of dot balls. Now the batter is set for free at the non-striker's end.
Yeah, it's a very good point. 4 balls gone, 1 from the over. Intent by Deakin, holds out. It's a catch, caught, long off. Intent from Deakin. Can't praise him enough. 52 from 69 balls with noun boundaries, strike rate of 75.36. Well battered Phil Deakin, but equally well caught. Interesting now. See what happens. But well battered, sir.
That brings the right innings at the right time. Did his job to the perfection. Deakin walks out 52 of 69 balls, and that's 199 for 6. Simon Rod, the new batter, accompanied with this Jaden, who was batting at 31. Good thing is, he lost his wicket. He's already having a set batter with him, so there isn't going to be enough pressure for England as they have a set batter. This is how they should build the partnership.
It should. You're absolutely right. The mindset from India, however, should be let's get as many balls as we can at the new batter. Let's not bowl at the batter who's set. That should be the mindset from India. Let's get as many deliveries at Ralph as we can. He's obviously got to get the pace of the pitch, conditions. Chris Dearden well set. You don't want to be bowling to him if you're India, surely.
It's infiltrating the style of Ben Stokes' captaincy. I will use 6 to 7 fielders within the third. Single for the new batter. Let him score his first boundary by taking a risk. Then I will spread my fielders.
Oh, you're very cunning, my friend. Very cunning. Yes, I can see the merit in it. And be interesting to see what the India skipper decides to do. So once again, as in the previous over from the pavilion end, there's a lot of gesturing and hand pointing going on. I mean, it's key at this point to get your field set right, but there does seem to be a lot of animation between the India players. I'm not quite sure what's going on.
Actually reminds me of the days in India. They have different languages of pencil feet. Most of us won't say long on. Let's say it straight. Yeah. An easy understanding of placing the fielders. Those typical places, it's not fine like a square leg, it's completely leg side square. Then they will adjust the fielders according to it. Professional terms as of what's used in the cricket, but Delhi cricket there will be a lot of fun and there will be a lot of changes in the rules too. Speak about that later. That's 200 here for England. That's tonic number, which ensures that they batted really well in this innings. 200 is such a sign of a good total.
Yeah, it is. They'll be hoping to push on in the next few overs, but it's a milestone. 200, well battered so far.
Another batter trying to go for the cut shots, but the tradition of England batter today.
Yeah, it's been the most profitable shot, hasn't it? It's yielded a lot of runs through a backward point cover area.
Timing is the problem. Ball is not coming. Swinging too early. Early in the innings, that's the problems. You can't take much risk after practice. Timing.
Well, we mentioned it, didn't we? Simon Ralph there going for the big expansive shot, looking at the deep mid-wicket area. Pace of the wicket maybe deceiving him. Chris Dearden, who's been set, looked a lot more comfortable there, didn't he? Just dabs that down through the square leg area for a single. Yeah, pace is all important. You're coming out, like you said. I think Simon has only faced 2 deliveries. This is his 3rd. Let's see if he goes for the expansive shot again.
This time into the back foot through the covers. Fielder chasing down the ball. He tried his best. Beautiful fielding. Using his soccer skills to save the ball. Delivery, good attempt. And they go for the second run.
Yeah, good running, as you said. Just a push and run, different type of intent. I mean, there's no issue with that. As I said, it's all about accumulating runs at this point. Dot balls are going to hurt you. 1s and 2s, okay, they're not ideal, but they're going to keep the scoreboard going. Dot balls are the killers at this point. England 205 for 6 as we approach the last 5 overs.
Speaking about those closing singles, taking cheekies in most of the greatest batters. Single. Confident. Batting. For instance, someone like Virat Kohli believed that taking themselves from 0 to 100 is something. Those cheeky singles and spending a lot of time with the non-strikers end is the key for a good batting.
Yeah, it is. You get a sense, don't you? A sense of the pitch, what it's doing. I mean, you mentioned one of the greatest players that's ever played the game. He was an absolute master at it. Scampering through, putting pressure on the fielders. 1 becomes 2. Absolute master at it. We hope to see him in Test match cricket again very soon. He's obviously taking time out from the current Test series between England and India. Lots of media speculation. I won't get into that. I just know that the game misses him. And just an update for those of you who are following us. Current state of play in the Test match at Rajkot. India 392 for 7.
Good going, Team India. Speaking about those singles and twos, how important it is in a game is even captains like Virat Kohli sets a close field position that avoids batters going for the single. You face the bowler, score the boundary, that's not an issue, but don't score a single and go to the non-strikers end. This is something we are speaking about.
Absolutely spot on, and look what happened. Yeah, I mean, you've got to question the Indian skipper here. He can see what Simon Routh is trying to do. Yeah, put a man there to stop that.
The placement. Another single, back singles here. Sam David, the bowler. I was 35 for 1 was the number for the bowler. Bit of expensive, but pick it up a wicket.
Yeah, he has been expensive, going at around about 7 and over. Interesting to see what he does for the rest of the over here. Slower delivery. An almighty swing by Simon Routh. He was looking to deposit that way over the mid-wicket boundary. Got a thick edge on it, looped up into the air, went into the direction of Gully, and he just scampered through for a single. 3 singles off the first 3 balls.
It's becoming 4 singles from 4 balls. This actually adds a lot of pressure to the bowler. Then he eventually like the batter to go for a boundary in the upcoming. It may happen, but if the bowler has a tremendous mindset of batters, he can 6 singles.
And that's out. Routh going for the expansive shot again. We saw it the previous time he was down at this end.
moment because they've been scoring singles here and there. Seems like they were well set for the next partnership, but unfortunately the batter tried something different. Go out of the point field, close hit. At efforts, 29, 209 for 7.
Yeah, I don't think you can fault Rouse' attitude, and he showed great intent. But the time before he was down at that end, he tried for that almighty sweep into the mid wicket, got a top edge, and it looped to the gully area. This time he wasn't so fortunate. Same shot. We will see what happens. I don't think he can be too upset. You know the state of the game as it is. But another wicket for India.
To the back for good bowling here. Sam David. It's a great way to end this over. 4 runs off that and a wicket. 41 up, 209. New man, the new batter. 09 for 7. 4 more overs to go. 52. 24. Two different extremes of scoring runs in the innings. Gap. That single. And it's a gentle reminder to Rash that it's 2-1-0 on the scoreboard.
Yeah, you'll be hoping for 3 quick wickets now to make sure that your prediction stands. I'm obviously hoping they will get at least one more run, that is.
The runs have started generated. That's not the way how generated gets started here. In India, there is a bit of strong belief through astrology. We'll come back to that later. This is another good straight shot. Will be a boundary over the bowler's head. Spectacular stroke making from the Englishman.
In the England innings, best place to go. There's no fielder, straight back over the bowler's head. Lovely fall.
Speaking about something called astrology, some people use it to predict things in future. This is what happens to you, that is what happens to you. And people have strong belief towards it. But as being a cricket commentator, we are not astrologers, but at the same time, we should boldly predict certain things. A full toss is clock sweep. No chance.
Yeah, Nick Newman's eyes lit up with that. It was a full toss. It deserved the treatment, and by goodness me, it got the treatment. 6 runs.
But while predicting things, I'm coming with where we left it. While predicting, we'll be having certain needs. And the explanation that but he's safe.
Yeah, absolutely. He's not going to be had quite that one as the previous delivery. Was in the air for a long time. No chance for the fielder coming in from the deep mid-wicket boundary. And they took a single. So the final delivery of the innings coming up. Mike Palmer batting at the pavilion end. Can he strike a boundary to get England over that psychological total of 250? He's down the pitch and straight back to the bowler. And there's no run. And that's it. The England innings is complete. 247 for 8.
And they're in 49 not out. Unfortunate. Quite, but that's a great contribution to the side. 247. Looks like more than a decent total, in fact, to be very honest. And that's what you're watching in the scoreboard. With the skipper scoring 75 runs and setting the tone for the batting side, followed by the rest of the batting unit. They've been batted really well. This has been more than a par score at this venue. Let's wait and watch in the second innings. 248 the target for Team India. Can they be able to chase this target in 45 overs?
Yeah, I think we've spoken, haven't we? 247, India going to be chasing 248. I think it's a competitive target. Just a few runs shy of my prediction. Just the England innings as a whole, a quick recap. Great start and leading from the front by Richard Merriman. You know, a fantastic knock of 75. Wickets fell at in periods. Actually, India were in the ascendancy on a number of occasions during that. Mel Hussain, Tony Burbeck, Monty Douglas. Mentions to Ed Gordon-Lennox with a fine innings as well. I thought in the context of what it was. It's only a 16, but it doesn't tell the whole story. But then Phil Deakin and Chris Dearden have come in. Phil Deakin with a very well-crafted 52. And Chris Dearden, 49 not out, have really steered in towards a competitive total. Special mention as well to Nick Newman. I thought his brief cameo, 16 off 10 balls, when India were trying to wrestle back the initiative, has got England up to something which I think is going to be a tough ask for India. We will see, of course. I'm glad that they got near 250. There's things that they're going to be looking at that they've seen out on the pitch that they can possibly implement when they come to bowl. But a good total, and they should be well pleased with their work after 45 innings.
Audio checking. In the first over, 1 for no loss. First over, 1 for no loss. We're chasing down the target of 248. That's a good start from the pace bowler. Sometimes the wickets will be too pace nature that they have to adapt to the conditions differently. Whereas this one is not such a kind of wicket, as both the ends have supported the left arm spinners. Especially deep diving into the way how the spinners of India have bowled today. They picked up a lot of wicket. Sam David took 2 wickets for his name. Ratan Sharma picked up 3 wickets for his name. Plenty of them were spinners. Whereas that's close appeal. Had a chance of stumping. Close keeping is not an easy one. It is doing that. Look at the agility from the wicketkeeper. These were the factors that describing the quality. Simon Rowett, the wicketkeeper. Another close attempt. It's not about standing behind, it's about making things happen. That brings a lot of confidence for them. With the way Harvey is closely keeping, it actually restricts the batter to come out of the crease. He keep on thinking about the wicketkeeper behind him rather than pushing himself forward and scoring runs on the board. This is a kind of mind block for the batter. He might be having the thought process of widely thinking about gaps and runs. If you have a close keeper, he will be restricted about those free of thought process, and he will continue to look at focus on where to score runs. In fact, sometimes the batters will keep on thinking about wicketkeeper. That brings the first boundary in the morning with the traditional way of cutting the ball towards a point region, which happened in the first innings, and that continued to happen in the second innings too. Positive signs here. First boundary, Vidyata Padnakar with the batter. Kevin Watson continues to bowl. Taking some time here, Kevin Watson. We are speaking about the spin attack that used by Team India in the first innings. This will be surprising to see how England are going to approach this innings. Seventh no loss with 1.4 overs. Sanjay Berry and Vidyadhar Padnekar. Batters were speaking about the approach of the English bowlers. They might be picking up 4-2. In fact, 3 key bowlers as a pacers. That may be the way how they're going to work. This will be a boundary. Welcome boundary here for the batting side. Wide +4. Avoided. Got them on. Continuing with the approach of the Englishman, as Indians have used plenty of spinners to restrict the run flow. There are 2 options for the Englishman. One is to go with the same flow as of they used to do in their usual conditions, or the other would be adapting to the new condition and using more spinners as of the way how Indians did in the first innings. It seems like the Englishman will approach with the fast bowlers. That's beautifully placed into the gaps, beating up the 2 fielders, and that will be going for the boundary despite of the hard efforts of the fielder. A welcome boundary. The placement looks perfect. A typical Indian batting here. Sanjay Berry getting off the mark with that boundary. We gotta wait for Rash to come onto the com box. I'm having a lot of questions to be asked, a lot of discussions to be made in an Indian point of view. Good use on the feet and pushes the signal, not getting carried away with the boundary. He scored a beautiful piece of batting, 2 overs of 17 for no loss. Two overs, 17 for no loss. With 231 runs required of 250 balls to win this game. But both the batters started scoring boundaries at both the ends. Will be interesting to see. Kevin Watson conceded 16 runs in his previous over with 3 boundaries on it. That's quite as I've expected. They're using plenty of fast bowlers. The ball is actually coming onto the bat. The timing looks perfect. And the most important thing is the similar kind of lengths in which the English batters try to cut the ball, whereas the Indians using the front foot to play to the V form of batting. That's quite differentiable. They've been much well used to the conditions. Continues to pull Mitchell Palmer. And this thing, the close keep that actually blocks the mindset of the batter that we're speaking about. In a lot of way, he will never be set for free to have a wide thought process of scoring runs in the gaps. It's close up, the fingers were up. And the first breakthrough here for England cricket team in the second off. And Mitchell Palmer, the bowler, brings up the breakthrough. That's quite unfortunate play. Trying to play across the ball. Couldn't get the connections better. Have to depart with the other. Padnekar scoring 6 runs of 9 balls. Couldn't contribute much to this big target. 18 for 1. Team India. Gentle push. A left-hander batter into the crease, Emmanuel Benjamin. good breakthrough is coming to England cricket team. And that's another breakthrough. Another wicket. Completely misjudged the length of the ball. Was trying to play a pull shot at that delivery. And that is going in. Another wicket falls here. 18 for 2. Early breakthrough here. And Mitchell Palmer, the man, brings up the breakthrough again. Emmanuel Benjamin, without troubling the scorer, is walking away. That's 18 for 2. Struggling here, India. At this moment of time, you're having Rash back into the commentary box. Welcome, Rash.
Thank you, Bharat. Good to be here. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone, wherever you are around the world streaming in. Well, what a start by England. What a start. Mike Palmer, this tremendous bowler. I think he got a bit fortunate with the first decision, LB, from my point of view. Looked slightly harsh, but there was nothing wrong with that second one. Stumps obliterated. Possibly a rash shot by the batsman just coming in. Who cares? That's my bias head on. Great start for England. India in all sorts of trouble. 18 for 2 and we're midway through the third over.
It's great statements. Quite unlucky for the first wicket, but this one is clear-cut delivery. He tried to attack the stumps. That shot was quite weird with the way he attempted. Maybe misjudged the length.
Yeah, it looked like that completely. I've got to say, not taking away, there's nothing wrong with intent. And you set your store like we talked about it in the first innings. He misjudged the length of that ball completely. And it was onto him a lot quicker. Palmer's got a very skiddy action. The ball we've seen in his first over, the balls are skidding on. Misjudgment of length, but misjudgment of pace more than anything. He was through that shot and the ball had already hit the stumps.
And traditionally we were known for playing in the back foot against the spinners, but when it comes to fast bowlers, no more thought process of going into the back foot. It's about stay in the front foot to avoid certain situations. Beautiful attempt, almost closer. Every ball seems like a dismissal. And a good position of 3 overs up, that's 19 for 2.
Just prodded out onto the leg side, and in the end the batsman made it back. Don't really need to be taking those runs at this stage. India need to consolidate. England will be absolutely delighted with the start that they've made. Kevin Watson at the pavilion end to continue. Can he make another breakthrough?
Nineteen for 2.
So Watson hit the batsman, just prodded it out onto the leg side and promptly fell over. Hope he's alright. Looks okay. No harm done. So Watson in again. Bowls. Oh, outside the off stump. Playing a miss by the batsman. Simon Routh, the wicketkeeper, removes the stump. Removes the bat. Watson in. Bowls. Nice forward defensive. Struck out into the offside, and there's no run. He's got into a good rhythm, here's Kevin Watson. It's only his second over, but he's been right on it. And apologies for the background noise. I'm not sure what's quite going on in the environs of this ground. Here comes Watson again. In. Bowls. And an exact carbon copy of the delivery before. Nice forward defensive shot. Prodded out into the offside. And there's no run. Just straight down the leg side there, Kevin Watson. And this format of the game, anything down the leg side, signal wide, and it duly was by the umpire.
20 for 2. But Kevin Watson continues to play bowl. I was thinking about the approach of England bowlers. I was expecting them to use spinners in the infield phase of it, but this looks like a typical English attack and they're gaining wickets.
Yeah, I think it's the element of surprise. We have got spinners in the team. We talked about it during the England innings, didn't we, about the benefit of spin and when you get it right, as the Indian spinners did. I think this may have taken the Indian batsmen by surprise. It's been a blistering opening by the England opening pair. Mike Palmer right on it, Kevin Watson is right on that length. Asking the batsmen to play in and around off stump, questioning their ability and their technique. Yeah, it's been a good start.
And going with their own strength, that's much more important. Another thing I have to speak about is that close keeping, it's not that much easy against the fast bowlers, and he's doing that. It's actually restricting the mindset of the batters. They keep on thinking about that back foot, it's lifting or not thinking about the gaps and scoring runs at all. Mentally it's blocking.
Mentally it is a block, and batsmen have to be wary of it, particularly with the keeper standing up. It's not an easy craft. Simon Arthur's doing a good job. Expansive shot though. Yeah, straight down, back over the bowler's head for 4. Good delivery, but it got the treatment.
It's quite optimistic in terms of approach. These kind of runs floors must be needed, not just because of the required run rate, but actually to put the bowler into the back foot. You can't just go with a much of defense or dot balls. It sometimes increases the confidence of the bowler. Then he'll bowl one of most of his best performances will come out of those dot balls.
Yeah, it's psychological, isn't it? We hope that those of you who are streaming in now who may have caught the first innings. We talked about this a lot, and what the batsman's mindset is if it's dot ball after dot ball after dot ball. It builds pressure. A bowler hates having singles taken off him, ball after ball after ball. He can't get set. Different batters, different techniques. You know, in the position India are in, I think a period of consolidation is needed. But that ball was just short of a length, sat up a bit, and it got the treatment. Nothing wrong with that at all.
222 runs required and 246 to win this game. We'll go to the equations later. But as of now, again, Mike Palmer. Good use of the feet. This is typical Indian batting. Coming onto the front foot and deciding whether to play it or to defend it.
Yeah, but it also helps the bowler as well. Mike Palmer's a very experienced bowler. He's been right on it in his first 2 overs. It's the start of his third over from the hostel end. He'll have seen that. He'll make some minor adjustments. It's a battle, isn't it, between batter and bowler. Love it.
Cut shot. Even we are known for playing cut shots. I just wanted to remind one name who's known for playing cut shots. Virendra Sehwag from India.
Yes, you produced some of the finest exponents of the cut shot in world cricket. It's an art, isn't it? And let's be honest, the cut shot or a classic cover drive is what people want to see. Never mind this smacking it into the stands for 6. A classical cover drive is what we all want to see. Foot to the pitch of the ball, bat through the line. Yeah, love it.
That's quite iconic to watch out for. Certain batters will actually make us speechless to watch their innings. Aggressive attempt, catches the call. But that beats the fielder comfortably. Lands in no man's land. Will be getting a couple of runs on the board. Even this looks like a baseball effect, but with the way how the captain of England have played is quite different. It's quite dominant and most safest way of scoring boundaries. This is quite risky, it seems.
Yeah, I think we talked about baseball and how teams around the world, both in the professional game and amateur game, are trying to emulate it, copy it, whatever word you want to use. It's difficult. You've got to have the skill, talent and ability to do it. It isn't easy. You know, this is an art that these guys practice and practice and practice, and we're the best will in the world. these guys have played cricket for a long time in different places around the world. That concept of constantly going after the bowling will be foreign to them. It's not something that comes naturally. You have to learn it. The England Test team have learnt it. There's been some bumps along the way. It's not an easy art to get right. But you're seeing it filter down to all cricketing levels. Clear sign of intent from the Indian batsman here.
Maybe they utilize the power play to the fullest, and attacking the well-set bowler sometimes actually troubles the batting lineup, right? You can't take much risk against the bowler who's in a good form. Another close one.
Yeah, Palmer just a full length that time outside the off stump. Getting the batsman on the back foot. Mattersby's played lovely shots off the front foot. Not so good off the back foot. Close to the outside edge. Good bowling by Palmer.
Goes to the wide ball. Now what it takes the batters, at some point of time he will try to step out and go over the bowler. In case of clear cut of intent or an aggression, they're having a close keeper. Should keep that in mind. Maybe that's the reason why he's bowling the ball way outside the off stump.
And there you go. Another full length delivery from Palmer. Getting the batsman playing on the back foot. A little tickle and a very good catch by Simon Ralph. Palmer is on fire.
That's exceptional bowling performance from Mike Palmer. I never expected this would happen because they're not using the spinners. I thought that they were somewhere short of thinking a thought process of using the spinner than the Indians, but they're actually depending on that strength. That's working well for them. Both the bowlers are bowling really well, especially Palmer picking all the three batters. Now the top order got completely collapsed.
Yeah, it's a brilliant point, Bharath. It's the unexpected. I'm sure India, they know the strengths and weaknesses of the England side. They know they've got spinners in the team. And were they going to adopt the same approach that the Indians used in their innings against England? Absolutely not. Completely different mindset then for those Indian batsmen who were probably expecting England to start with spin, and that never took place. Palmer has bowled exceptionally well and backed up by his partner at the other end, Kevin Watson. But a tremendous opening spell by Mike Palmer's got England firmly on top here. England well in the supremacy. India have got it all to do.
Now Alden is a good partnership with the new batter Uday Kumar, who's already in the crease. Maybe Avinash Kumar, the captain of the side, is walking into the crease. And in cricket, it's always about the right thing or not the wrong thing. It's about the perspective of different captains approaching the game. As being a viewer, we got to see plenty of different approaches. Sometimes it went as a failure attempt, as of what we spoke about Ben Stokes. But it's about the perspective. I believe that sometimes the visiting captain might use the spinners to win the game, and some visiting captains might use their own strong zone to win the game. And again, it's about the perspective, I believe.
Yeah, it is. And the thing with the start that England have made, it gives the skipper Richard Merriman options, doesn't it? You know, his opening bowlers have done exactly what he would have wanted them to do. Start fast, start early, get a couple of quick wickets. Well, they've got 3 wickets. You know, he must be absolutely delighted. Now, do you carry on with the same thing because it's obviously bringing dividends, or do you introduce spin earlier than you would like to? Hey, it's a great position to be in. Personally, I think you carry on with what's been happening. Palmer's bowled exceptionally well, very well backed up by his strike partner Kevin Watson. But the skipper may have other ideas. Let's see what he's doing. Bit of a conflab at the pavilion end. Looks like Kevin Watson's going to continue, however. Yeah, it's Watson to continue from the pavilion end. So no change. And let's see if he can back his strike partner up. He has bowled well, Kevin Watson, I have to say.
Even I feel the same. The captain should go with the same flow. And here, Subhash Chatterjee, the new batter. Just to extend this, an English captain who used 5 spin bowlers in the 5 first overs of an innings. It's Owen Morgan. not in international cricket. When he captained Kolkata Knight Riders due to COVID situations, actually they had 5 matches to be played at Chennai. It's a condition that supports the spinners a lot, and he used 5 different spinners. Even the Indian captains didn't use much spinners. 5 overs, 5 different spinners.
Yeah, that's Owen Morgan for you. Innovative, doesn't do Owen Morgan justice. Innovative captain in so many ways. He was like a predecessor to Ben Stokes. He was a breath of fresh air. He was trying things that nobody had ever tried before. The 5 spinners, I remember that very clearly. It was unheard of, absolutely unheard of, but it paid dividends, didn't it?
Exactly what you said. Few of them may be known for their performance, but the rest of them were very new to the standards. Getting back to this game, the way how they are performing. Actually, Kevin Watson is struggling hard. The first over went for 17 runs for him, and that's a good comeback in the second over. Now, after the platform that's been set by Mike Palmer, now Kevin Watson is also having that flow of getting a wickets because Indians are under pressure. If you want to increase that pressure into a wicket, that's quite easy. You can add a bit of extra fielders.
Yeah, it also gives Watson the flexibility to be a bit more innovative, maybe try things that he wouldn't normally try if India was sitting on 30 for none. His strike partner at the other end, Mike Palmer, is bowling exceptionally well. Looks dangerous every time he bowls a delivery down. Watson in, bowls. The batsman plays a defensive shot into the offside and there's no run. Yeah, it gives him a bit more flexibility. He's going to back his strike partner up at the other end and say, listen, Palms, you're bowling fantastically well. You carry on doing it. I'll try and limit the runs at this end, put even more pressure on the Indian batsman. As Watson comes in again. Bowls. An expansive shot. It's in the air. It's straight back over the bowler's head. And goes for 4 runs. Relieving a bit of the pressure. Good shot.
Uday Kumar, the batter. Even I love the defense that he played before this boundary, which had high elbow, which is again a typical classical batting. So he's having that skill set and technique and a mindset to be aggressive even at the pressure situation. That's quite impressive, but I'm not sure how it's going to help them. And adding to what you said, helping your key bowler, helping the bowler who picks the wicket, like the way how Glenn McGrath and Brett Lee used it to bowl. McGrath used it to control the runs and bowl economical spin, and Brett Lee will purchase wickets here and there.
Yeah, that's a very, very good analogy, in fairness, I've got to say. Palmer at bowling from the hostel end has been absolutely bang on it. He's got the benefit, 3 wickets. Kev Watson's been a bit expensive, but I don't think that's a bad thing in the context of the game. Now, obviously, in an ideal world, you'd want Palmer coming in, taking wickets every over, and Watson sealing the other end up. That hasn't quite happened, but I still think England are going to be very, very happy with the start they've made.
Is they going with Palmer again? That's how it goes. Traditionally, most of the captains will do that. Why can't you stop the bowler who picks wickets continuously?
Well, who would be a captain, eh?
And I think this close keeping added a keen value in terms of picking those wickets. Maybe in case if the wicketkeeper was standing behind, they may be moving here and there, using their feet really well. It actually blocks them. So as of we discussed, there were many key factors that helps Palmer to get this wicket, especially with the way how he's bowling. Along with that, close keeping and the kind of field position that they're having is adding a value.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. We saw there was a...
And even looking at the way how he's altering his lens, he's having a close keeper, no signs of a third man. That batter will be thinking that there were no chance of him bowling a bouncer. Then it would be a good length delivery or a fuller one. Then we can go for the straight flowing shots, no feelers at the deep. So that thought process is something that alters the real thought process of a batter. He might be having an original thought process. Now after watching that field sets, he has to alter his thought process towards the field set that he's having.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. Apologies, ladies and gentlemen. There was a very, very loud bang very close to this ground. I'm not quite sure what it was. Hence the break in commentary. My co-commentator has jumped out of his seat.
In India, we have this culture of cracking crackers for death funeral. It's happening outside this ground. Just continuing with what we're speaking about. So he's not having a third man, he's not having straight fielder. That actually triggers the batter. He's going out of his original thought process and without any demand he's going for the big shot.
Yeah, he's challenging the batsman because it's not a conventional field that he's bowling to. Here he comes in again, Palmer. Bowls. Another very good length delivery. Nothing the batsman can do about that. Solid forward defensive shot and the end of another very, very good over by Mike Palmer.
And most importantly, a wicketless over, which is quite supporting Indian batters. They're trying to build this partnership to the next level. Uday Kumar and Subhash Chatterjee, who's 0 of 7 balls, taking his own time.
Yeah, Chatterjee, he's going to be looking at it. You know, we've all played the game. We know what it's like as a batsman. It's all right saying take your time and get in, but 7 balls he's faced, hasn't scored a run. Does that become 10 balls? Does that become 12 balls? Does that become 15 balls without scoring? It just adds to your pressure that you've got. Add to that the position that India are in, it becomes exceptionally difficult. Now we're going to see a change, and you're going to like this, my friend. A change at the pavilion end. Nick Newman coming on. Wily spinner. This is going to be entertaining. He's a very, very good bowler. Challenges the batsman on each delivery. Can he get it right first off and get England even further ahead? We'll see. Having a discussion with the skipper Richard Merriman to get his field just right. No problems with that at all. But you're going to enjoy watching Nick Newman bowl. I can tell you that. Fierce competitor he is. Fierce competitor.
First spin up for the day. And for the past couple of days, tall left arm spinners are quite challenging for the Indian batters. They come out of that Hyderabad test of what Tom Hartley did. Now we are having Nick Newman. Good start to the over. Having a couple of right-handed batters, which is going to set the tone for these left-arm spinners, especially whose tall can have a lot of advantage.
Yeah, absolutely right. I mean, left-arm spinners love bowling to right-handers. Oh, it's a good delivery. Push through. And again, as we saw from when Mike Palmer was bowling, getting the batters on the back foot. They don't like it. It's not a natural style for the Indian batsman to play. Good delivery from Newman. Push through.
A slot sweep, got the connections better. And goes for the boundary. No man standing at the position. Excellent stroke making. This is where you have to target a left arm spinner if you are in an intent to score a lot of runs.
Yeah, good shot. Very good shot that. Took the challenge on. As you say, Bharaf, there's nobody out in the deep. The batsman's going to be confident that if he makes good contact, that ball is going to go flying to the boundary, and it did. As I said, once it gets past that 30 metre, it's gone. This outfield is lightning quick, but a very good shot, very good connection. How does Newman respond?
Still having that intent of scoring runs on the board. Anyway, it helps the batting side. At the same time, looking at the condition that they are in, they have to save the wicket for the future. Maybe in case if they are batting first, pressure would be completely different. The shot selections would be completely different. And that's where 250 is bringing up the difference.
It is. We discussed it in the first innings. The psychological element, more than anything, Bharaf. It's the psychological element of it. Here's Newman in again. The bowls. Good length ball. Paddled out onto the leg side. And there's no run. Yeah, we can't underestimate the difference between 210 and 240 odd. It does play on your mind, you know, and particularly India will be looking at that score now with three batters back down. Good length delivery again, played into the offside, and there's no run.
Very harnessed. Even 210 would have brought the difference in terms of building pressure in the second innings.
Yeah, shorter one from Newman there, push through again, and that goes out to the deep cover area for 4. Just no effort in that whatsoever. But as I mentioned, just a couple. That's the end of the over.
It's 42 for 3 after 8 overs. Trying to maintain the run rate in the middle, but 3 wickets have fallen. That's going to add a lot of pressure. Watching the deep third man after a very long time in this game. In fact, completely in the first innings, we didn't see deep third man standing. The game was approached in a different way by the Indians, and it's typical fast bowlers placement.
Yeah, this is a more traditional fielding setup for an opening fast bowler. We didn't see that for the Indians. Here's Palmer in again. Bowls. Wide ball. And it's gone for 4. Wide down the...
Gaining boundaries in the middle, building this partnership to the next level. This is slightly easing the pressure out of the batters. A lot more boundaries needs to be scored. And most importantly, that should be as constant as possible. They should maintain this partnership. After scoring a couple of boundaries, you need not lose a wicket. That's a beautiful delivery. Will you go for the front foot or the back foot? No answers.
Yeah, it's length, isn't it? We've discussed it already. It's Palmer, clever, intelligent bowler, challenging the batsman. Do they come forward? Do they not? He wants to try and get them in two minds. Let's see what happens with this delivery.
Invitation for the cut shot. I think he was intending to play at the left side of the point fielder. There's a bit of gap. Even the third man is standing as fine as possible. And they're having a sweeper cover fielder who's almost behind the point fielder. So the bowler is having a clear-cut idea on where he's bowling and where should be the fielders to be placed.
Excellent delivery again, getting the batsman prodding forward. Wasn't quite sure. Ended up going forward. Good take by Simon Routh to remove the bells, but the back foot of the Indian batsman was in. Yeah, it's a very good point. It's challenging. It's challenging the batters because the batsman can see where the fielders are, but you're backing your bowler. Richard Merriman, excellent job as skipper, backing his bowler to bowl in the right areas, and Palmer hasn't let him down as so far.
Another close call. He's maintaining the same line that we're speaking about, way outside off stump. The previous one wicket, which went on to be close call behind the wicket, that's because of the batter tried to throw his bat and lost his wicket. He's trying to do with the same kind of approach, not attacking the stumps.
Yeah, Palmer is dangling the carrot. Let's see what happens now as he comes in again from the hostel end. He's in, he bowls. It's an absolutely phenomenal shot through the covers. Threw his hands at it. No chance for the fielders anywhere on the offside.
So batsman Lone Warrior knocked from Uday Kumar, scoring his fourth boundary in the second innings. 53 for 3 after 9 overs, India. And the partnership moves to 23 of 25 balls. That's quite good for Team India. They have to build this to the next level. That initial 3 will haunt them for a long time until they get back into a comfortable position. Another good stroke making, picks the gap. And that goes out of the fence for the boundary. Back-to-back boundaries here against a set bowler. And that brings the end of this over.
Yeah, back-to-back boundaries, but just short of a length. Sat up, asking to be hit, and it was. Nice shot through the mid-wicket area, and relieves a bit of the pressure on the Indian batsman. Maybe time for a change. We're looking a bit tired. It is hot out here, very humid conditions, not what the England players are used to. But after an initial good start by England, taking those 3 wickets, India have batted very well. They've looked to take the bowling on when they can. See if it prompts a change in thought from the England skipper. Let's have a look. Slight break in play. We'll come back to you shortly.
Twenty-three of 25 balls with Udai Kumar. Right, 57 for 3. Nick Newman continues to bowl. Subhash Chatterjee, who's one of 9 balls, taking a lot of time to get himself comfortable in the crease. Another beautiful batting using the straight bat, rotate the strike. In terms of skills and technique, they were looking really good, but the pressure is something that's actually pushing themselves out of boundaries.
Yeah, it's imperative from the Indian point of view that they don't lose a wicket in the next maybe 5-6 overs. And a spot-on delivery by Newman, played back to him by the batsman, and there's no run. Yeah, it's India have consolidated well after those early losses.
Well, the problem with Nick Newman is he's bowling into the same pace as the batter is easily adjusting himself to the pace that Newman is bowling. In case if there is a change of pace or there is a change of flight, they'll be under pressure. As of now, it's been the same rhythm. The bowler tries to bowl at the same areas as of what Nathan Leon does, but he's actually taking that as an advantage. Udai Kumar.
Yeah, he is, and it's a battle. We've said it before. It's a battle between batsman and bowler. Nick Newman, a very, very experienced cricketer, very wily cricketer. He'll have seen what the batsman is trying to do. He's going to just try and vary his length, vary his flight, vary his speed as he comes in again. The bowls, flighted delivery this time. Oh, straight back over. I'm not sure if he got a touch on that. Good fielding. Correction, apologies to everyone watching. Our view is slightly obstructed here, but it actually I'm not sure, I don't have the benefit of a replay. I don't know whether Newman got his fingertips to that, but it was a flighted delivery. And as soon as the batsman saw that flight, down the pitch, straight back down the ground for 4.
That's 62 for 3 after 10 overs. 186 runs required to win for 210 balls. 6.20 the current run rate. They're well ahead of the required run rate. That's quite good. The only problem is that wicket column. 62 for 0 would be good. 62 for 1 would be good. But 62 for 3 is something that's really challenging. And you're having 248 to chase.
It certainly is a change of bowling, as we alluded to from the hostel end. It's Phil Deakin coming up to bowl. Right on it first off, just put it out into the leg side, and there's no run. Deakin, tremendous batting performance by him. He really batted very, very well. And again, another very experienced bowler. Let's see if he can use variations of flight and speed to get these Indian batsmen in trouble.
Of spinners in both ends, just joining with the tradition of typical Indian spin bowling. Phil Deakin, the new bowler. I think Subhash Chatterjee is still struggling a lot to maintain a better run rate. Not much flow of runs from his bat. He's been defending every single ball he's facing. Maybe that would be the task given to him, but at the same time, you have to give opportunity to your partner who's well set, who's scoring a lot of runs on the board.
Yeah, we said in the first innings, didn't we? There's no point just blocking an end up and not scoring. If your partner is scoring, try and get them on strike.
Seems he heard what you said and rotated the strike.
Commentator's curse. Yeah, a more expansive shot. In fairness, it was there to be hit. Slight misfield in the covers by looks like Marcus Young, and they ambled through for a single.
63 for 3. Another beautiful defense. I'm becoming a big fan of his batting style, especially with the way how he uses his left elbow. That's close, but that won't be awarded any runs, so we have to win match along with the kind of skill set that he's having. Good batter to watch out for.
Yeah, he's got a very good technique. Very, very easy on the eye.
Single to end this over. Just one run off the over. 63 for 3.
Yeah, good start by Phil Deakin there. Obviously, we've talked about his batting and how well he batted in the England innings, but you're going to be a bit nervous coming on to bowl. Didn't do anything wrong. Some nice variations of flight. Again, the batsman playing shots, and that's what you want him to be doing. You want him to be playing. So a good start by Deakin. And I think another change here at the pavilion end. No, my apologies. It's still Nick Newman to continue from the pavilion end. Change in the field.
Same bowler with a different field set. He's having a deep mid-wicket. Long on. Two fielders who are standing within the 30-yard circle. One is a short fine leg and a short square leg. Space for the batter to go for the sweep shot.
Yeah, this field absolutely smacks of challenging the batsman to go over the top, or the big gap at mid-wicket. Let's see how Newman approaches it. Good first delivery. A bit of intent from the Indian batsman with the footwork. You could see that. They can see the gaps as well. And he comes, the bowls. Left alone, outside the off stump. And there's no run.
Having beautiful rhythm here. In one of my commentating days, in a curiosity, I asked my co-commentator who infused this way of bowling the fast bowling towards the batter's body, that making a batter to fear. That way of fast bowling, who invented that? I asked them, is it West Indies or is it Pakistan? And he replied, it is England. I actually forget that option because they were spoken too much, right? The Pakistani fast bowlers and West Indies fast bowlers in the later 80s. That a shot. The fielder at the position, and that's taken. It is a expensive wicket, can we call that? By
We-
inches.
We certainly can. What an absolutely brilliant bit of fielding by Kevin Watson, deep on the boundary. It doesn't look much, but let me tell you from our vantage point, he had inches to spare. He was under that ball, recognised its flight very, very quickly. Safe pair of hands, excellent catch, and a good wicket for Nick Newman. India 4 down.
It's quite challenging for Indians. Uday Kumar, the set batter, walks away. .64 for 4. Sam Day with the new batter. Into the crease. Another strong shouts. No signs from the wicketkeeper. He's still shouting the wicketkeeper. Umpires are standing still. And between that dismissal, we saw Mike Palmer walking, bit of dehydrated. And that's what the reactions of Chennai's weather. It's better today, in fact. A bit of kinder weather. They'll head back to that appeal. That's quite close. Maybe the benefit of doubt goes to the favour of batter.
Yeah, as I said, we're quite a long way here in the commentary position, but that was a spirited appeal by the England side. Everybody went up. The keeper was adamant that the batter got an edge. He went back again, back foot, trying to play an expansive shot on the back foot. Newman saw it, pitched it further up. Confident appeal by the England boys. They looked absolutely astounded that it wasn't given. And just a quick mention to Mike Palmer, who's been subbed. Tremendous opening spell. He's walking past us now back into the players' area. He looks absolutely shattered.
Speaking about the weather, the city's hot weather, it has a rich history of one batter's beginnings. He's not an Indian. His name is Dean Jones. He scored an excellent 200 against India in 1986 at the same city, the Madras city, which went on to be the second ever test match to end in a tie. And that's innings, he almost died playing that knock. Still, even our ancestors, the people who watched cricket those times will proudly speak about that innings. That's quite solid innings. And he rushed to the hospital after playing that innings.
Yeah, it's a well-documented innings, Baroth, isn't it? Dean Jones, a tremendous cricketer he was. Yeah, I remember that very, very well. He couldn't actually walk off the pitch. He had to get helped off the pitch, if I remember rightly. That's a good shot.
Good try from the fielder. In fact, an intense point, he urinated within the ground. He vomited, but he never walked away. He scored the double century, which is pretty much important for them. Even for his career, that's the time he was promoted to bat on. Australia was facing a bad phase at the point of time when Steve Waugh was entering into the responsibility. So in a lot of ways, that innings brought a different start to Australia.
Yeah, it did, and you can look at pivotal moments in every team's evolution. We've talked about it earlier on in the first innings about the impact Owen Morgan had with his innovative captaincy, the impact that Ben Stokes has got now and how that's evolving. We see it at other teams. Virat Kohli, he's taken MS. People like Steve Waugh and what have you, this is an expensive shot into the covers. There's no run. Yeah, it's constantly evolving. But that was one of the greatest innings that you will ever see. It's well recognised, and rightly so. Dean Jones was absolutely out on his feet, but he stuck at it.
Continues with the dot ball. Sam David is still struggling hard. Score runs on the board. Maybe willing to spend some time in the crease. Phil Dickin continues to bowl. With the dot ball, couple of dot balls in this over. By closer. With the signs of the bowler just conceded a single in this over so far. Swing and a miss. Another dot ball to end this over. 65 for 4.
Yeah, another good over from Phil Deakin from the hostel end, continuing the fine style that Mike Palmer had from that end. Very little given away, building pressure. And as we talked about Barth earlier on, if you can do that at both ends, you're going to induce batsmen playing false strokes. Very good over from Phil Deakin. And I think it's going to be Nick Newman to continue from the pavilion end. Yes, it is. So see if he can induce another shot from the batsman to the fielders. Interesting field that he's got here now. I'll let Barth talk you through it as the over progresses.
Continues with the dot ball. Subhash Chatterjee has been playing it for a long while. Leaving more spaces for the sweep shot. And there he finds a fielder. Typically the bowler is having well understanding of his style, where the runs will leak, where the runs will flow, and placing the fielders according to that. Short fine leg, short square leg, long on, and a kind of deep in wicket fielder. Short third man is not standing at the position where he's supposed to stand. Just playing mind games. That's the role of spinners, right?
It is the role of spinners, but I think it gives a spinner like Nick Newman, who's a very infectious character, he's a fierce competitor. It's his captain backing him. Go on, Nick, go out there. There you go. Oh. Nearly. It's a very interesting field that he has set. Basically a long... the batsman. In he comes again, Newman. He bowls. Nice bit of flight. Nicely played through the vacant gap at mid-on. Watson runs in from his mid-wicket position. And there's one run. Yeah, interesting field.
And with the kind of shot selections that they're taking, they're playing across opposite side of the spin, in fact, against the spin, which is not going to help them for a long while. Leading edges were happening. This looks quite good. Offside is the area where they can target, or else they can go for this sweep shot. Both those fielders were standing inside the 30-yard circle.
Yeah, it's a good point. I mean, it is challenging the batsman. It's good captaincy by Merriman here. Good captaincy. He's backing his bowlers. He's consulted with his bowlers. Listen, you put it in this area, I'll set the field for it. Very, very good cricket by England so far. I've been impressed. Been impressed with their attitude. I've been impressed with their innovation. You know, they're challenging the Indian batsman on each delivery. And Phil Deakin's going to continue from the hostel end. He's bowled excellently so far. Let's see if he continues in that vein.
Another cheeky attempt for the single, no chance of going for that. Good field positionings. He's having a different kind of field positioning comparing to the one which plays by Newman. He's having a deep square leg. Two fielders within the short mid-wicket area. Maybe inviting the batter for the slog sweep. Quite quick as possible. Again, he's tall and bowling as quick as possible. It's working really well for them. I think any of these batters, one should take up the responsibility of making it happen till the 45th over, and the other has to make temporary decisions, but that should be as quick as possible.
Yeah, it's all determined by the scoreboard pressure, we call it, don't we? You're looking at the score, the batsman can see the score. Dot ball after dot ball, pressure builds. Deakin, he's been right on it since he started his spell. He's giving really nothing away. And right on cue, another excellent delivery. Prize a very good defensive shot back to him, and there's no run.
Bowling at the right areas. Not leaving enough spaces to score the runs. Not even missing the line or length by inches. Look at the similar delivery again and again. This is something that makes a spinner much better, and that's why in some extent I will rate Nathan Lyon more than Ravichandran Ashwin.
Oh, that's a big call, my friend. There's plenty out there. There's plenty watching this stream would agree with you. There's plenty that would disagree, though.
It's the gap. And then goes for the single. The end is over. That's 15.69 for 4.
Yeah, another good over from Phil Deakin there. He was right on it. Not giving too much away, just a couple of singles from the over. England will be more than happy with that as we come off for a drinks break. And I'll take a short break from the commentary box, and I'll rejoin you soon. I'll leave you in the capable hands of Bharat.
Runs on the board. Trying to rotate the strike here and there. Tackling the left arm spinners. But they know the answer better. They have to answer better. The same kind of approach of what. Interesting thing is they are well prepared with the team combination, because India have used pretty much left arm spinners. Now England are using left arm spinners, but they already have left arm spinners on the side, which means they had the plan of using left arm spinners.
Yeah, I think it was always a plan. It was just when it was going to be introduced. I think with the start that England had, it made the decision easier for Richard Merriman. And in fairness, Nick Newman has not let his skipper down.
Continues to play across the line of the ball. Short ball, pushes to go for the single, no chance. Start going for the single. He's altering the length every 2 to 3 balls, one arm ball, and then followed by a couple of flighted deliveries.
Yeah, he's a master of that, Nick Newman, varying his length, varying his flight. .72 for 4 after 16 overs. Strikes Sam David. A change of bowling. Phil continues to bowl. Good start to this over. Scoring boundaries in the very first ball to take up the advantage of putting the bowler into the back foot. Bad balls that he's bowled in his spell, and batted very quickly onto it. Lovely placement in the gap on the leg side, and it raced away for 4.
Continues to bowl. The height factor actually helps the bowler to reach the placement as of expected. Now the biggest problem for both the batters were to tackle the left arm spinners to make it as productive as it could be, because the first innings we spoke a lot about rotating the strike, those cheeky singles and twos. That makes the difference here. They're scoring a couple of boundaries, but at the same time a lot of dot balls, as this one being one of the close calls. Maybe that's actually favouring the bowlers in terms of improving confidence.
Yeah, I think you're right. That last delivery from Deacon, however, that absolutely flew. I'm not sure what it hit, maybe a crack in the pitch, but it absolutely flew past the outside edge. Difficult for Simon Routh, who did well to get something behind it.
Another close one. In fact, he didn't make much mistakes, even though he's standing behind the stumps. Ever since the innings started, Simon Routh is exceptional with the way how he's doing his job. To add in value to that, in England, the county cricket is having the senior cricket level, right? There are plenty of cricketers above the age of 50 and 60 are still playing competitive crickets. not in a professional term, but in a county cricket or league cricket like that, right?
That's absolutely right. It's taken off in England, the senior age groups, over 50s, over 60s, over 70s. I think the over 60s have got 3,500 active players playing competitive over 60s county cricket. We've said it before in the first innings, both of us, we take our hat off to these guys on both teams. It's a big ask to come out and play competitive cricket, but when you're 60 plus and your bones are creaking and you've got ailments and it takes a long time to recover, I can't begin to tell you how proud I am of both sets of players for coming out and playing, but it's the skill levels that they're displaying. It's really an inspiration. And as I said, the over 60s group in England is probably the fastest growing domestic cricket group that we have, and long may it continue. And it gives them the opportunity, of course, play for the county, to get selected to play for their country, and we'll see what the World Cup brings in store for the opener on the 19th against New Zealand. That's a lovely shot down the ground, just for one. Nick Newman continuing from the pavilion end.
Which means it gives a lot of space to enjoy the game, to enjoy the process of playing the game rather than winning or losing. It's not a result-minded mentality, right?
Yeah, that's absolutely right. As Ratsman goes down the ground again, that's another single. Yeah, don't get me wrong. These boys are fiercely competitive. Okay, I don't think that changes as you get older. I don't think it diminishes, but I think it's less about the result, more about the fact that they can still play at a very high level.
In fact, that should be taken as a motto for most of the cricketing sides. That's a boundary. That's quite surprising stroke making, because into the back foot, not enough space for the batter to generate the power. That's pure timing and placement. Excellent stroke making.
The shot through the covers, just eased onto the back foot very early. It wasn't a bad ball by Nick Newman by any stretch of the imagination, but it was seen very early. A classical shot off the back foot, and it flew through the covers for 4.
Well, speaking about this, playing the game for the joy and the passion, of course, this actually takes what's most troublesome factor in India is people play the game for passion and eventually they end up loving the game and they desperately want to make it as a professional term, and eventually at some point of time it won't happen for everyone, right? Then into depression they'll stop playing the game. So at some point of time it will become something it should favor us to continue the game.
Shorter delivery by Newman there, pulled out to the deep mid-wicket boundary. Kevin Watson does the fielding, and the batsman stroll through for a single. Yeah, it's fine margins, isn't it? Not everybody, and there are some very talented cricketers all over the world who haven't made it into county games, regional games, state teams, what have you. And yeah, they put a lot of time and energy and invest a lot into it, and it doesn't quite happen. This gives the opportunity when you get to a bit senior. There's Newman bowls again, and again it's played to the wide mid-on area. Watson does the fielding once again, and it's another single, and that's the end of the over. Yeah, as I was saying, Barath, it gives the opportunity for you to continue your love of the sport. But another thing that is not really talked about, but what it does do, it promotes good mental health. It's very easy for people who have played sport at any level or competitively for 25, 30 years to suddenly have that stop. It's a big part of their life. Now it just gives them the opportunity to continue. Yes, maybe not at a more competitive level, but it still gives them the opportunity to continue playing the sport they love, and that's got to be a good thing.
Being fortunate enough to play the game of cricket despite of what level it is, that's most important. And not just mentally, even physically, it relieves a lot of stress, it relieves a lot of cardiologic problems because that's improving day by day in this country.
Yeah, it does. Cardiovascular health is a big thing, particularly with people who are senior in years. I mean, you know, guys in our team who are mid-60s, they're still fit. They're certainly fitter than me. I'm in my mid-50s, so yeah, they're a tribute. They need a lot of praise for what they do. As Deakin comes in again with bowls, it's played out to the fielder at cover, and there's no run.
A slight improvement to the partnership. Wicket. They have to carry that power to the next level. But running between the wickets, something that we are speaking about. They have to improve this aspect of the game, and they are improving. I think it seems like it's a time for the change of bowling, because they were very used to the bowling, the kind of bowling that they're bowling.
Yeah, I mean, Phil Deacon has bowled a really good spell, but we saw with Mike Palmer, he was labouring after his third over, maybe an over too much. The heat is a big thing, we've talked about it here, and these guys are really feeling it. So possibly the last one for Deakin. Again, that's played out to the man at point, and there's no run. His stride is shortening a bit, let's put it that way. He's possibly feeling the effects of bowling, and it does take it out of you. So it's where the astute captaincy comes in. Yeah, your bowler might be in the ascendancy, but do you push him for another over and maybe he gives away 10, 12, 14 runs, or do you take him off and try something new? We'll see what Richard Merriman does. Deakin's in again, fuller length, played out to mid-wicket, and there's no run.
Exactly, it will be a great break for the bowler to come back after the refreshment. He'll be up with a good game plan. They can come back with Mike Palmer to take some gamble in the middle.
Yeah, absolutely right. Mike's off the pitch at the moment, taking in some fluids as Deakin bowls. That's pushed out to mid-wicket. The fielder runs in, and the batsman stroll through for a single. Yeah, it's all about management, isn't it? Game management. This is where good captaincy comes in, but this is where also players need to recognise their limitations and abilities. Yes, they want to bowl continuously, but sometimes you've got to hold your hand up and say, hey, Skip, you're bad if I have the break.
That's great. Slice it. Get the single. No chance of that going for the boundary. Good start from the fielder. They've been playing competitive to each other. It's 91 for 4. After 19 overs, just having 26 more overs to bowl. And 57 more runs to win this game. That's going to be quite challenging for them. That's because they have lost almost 4 wickets. In case if 2 falls back to back, then things will be completely under pressure for them. As if we are discussing, there should be a change of bowling, but the captain will be having his own kind of game plans. Now it seems like a change of bowling as we are discussing. This dear to the new bowler bowls from the pavilion.
Yeah, it looks like Chris Dearden's coming on from the pavilion end, Barath. Wily old character. Batted exceptionally well in the England innings, didn't he? You know, himself and Phil Deakin. Very, very good. Just when India were getting into the ascendancy, he joined his Lancashire colleague and batted very well on 49 not out. It's going to be interesting, this. Field spread a bit now. A bit more defensive from Merriman here. But Chris Dearden, affectionately known to everybody in the England squad as Noddy, took an absolutely blinding catch at the Madras Cricket Club a few days ago, running backwards at mid-off, ball over his head, tremendous catch. In he comes, bowls, straight on target, prodded out on the offside, and there's no run.
Was as slow as possible, just testing the patience of the batter. Is it a medium pace or a spinner? And that's completely generic of a spinner. Bowling slow in the modern day cricket, because we spoke a lot about Rashid Khan, and I even compared him with Shane Warne of modern day times. If Shane Warne is playing in this time of cricket, he would have bowled like what Rashid Khan is doing today. But we should speak about these bowlers, someone like Adam Zampa, who loves to flight the ball, who loves to bowl as slow as possible. Then it depends upon the kind of strength that the bowler is having. As of we spoke about the fast bowling approach of England, going on with the strength is still working in modern day cricket.
Yeah, it's a very good point. We talked about it at lunch during the first innings. A great bit of fielding there by Dearden off his own bowling. Hit back to him at a fair old pace. He was going the other way, stuck his hand down, and the batsman had to make his ground. I hope he's alright. It looks like he's okay. Simon Routh helping him. Yeah, the likes of, for example, you often say it's a dying art, don't you? It's a dying art, but he's not afraid to toss that ball up. He'd rather do that and get hit because he knows that he's going to get into the batsman's head. He's a tremendous young bowler. Dearden, lots of flight, bang on the mark again. Different style from Nick Newman, but it is effective.
Comes for the single run out opportunity. Didn't aim properly for the throw. Had the opportunity to dismiss the batter. And a dot ball to end this over.
So as we mentioned a couple of minutes ago, Phil Deakin pulled an excellent spell, just looked to be getting a bit weary. Good captaincy, I think, from Richard Merriman here, introducing Marcus Young into the attack. Another very, very good bowler, wily cricketer. He'll use variations of flight and speed. Just setting the field. Interesting that he's gained two men sort of backward point. There is a backward point. Oh, he's just moving now. The field is moving out to an orthodox cover, and backward point is moving to an orthodox point position. So obviously something that the England team have worked on. Let's see how Marcus Young gets on.
Seems like Richard Merriman believes in bringing up partnerships together, because every time he changes a bowler, there has been a combination of bowling change with both the ends. We saw a pair of spinners, we saw a pair of fast bowlers. Now, with the previous end, we saw a change in bowling. Now in the hostel end also, you're watching a different bowler.
Yeah, and I think that's right. And I think it's good captaincy. We spoke, didn't we, that Phil Deakin, who bowled a good spell, just looked a bit tired. So introduce fresh legs, Marcus Young. This first one, slightly short, paddled round the corner to square leg. Nicely fielded, and there's no run.
Marcusson being the new bowler, but the fourth spinner in the lineup, leg spinner it seems. Couple of dart balls here, trying to add pressure on the batter. Maybe it's because of the change of spell sometimes bring a new dimension to the game. There are a lot of chances the batters might misjudge the bowlers, as they've been well set with two left arm spinners, now two different bowlers altogether. Playing forcibly for the sweep shot, trying to pick the gaps here and there. He was trying to act as busy as possible, but at the same time he couldn't go out of the box in terms of taking risk. Good use of the feet. Another dot ball, interesting field position, not leaving enough space for the batter to rotate the strike, and there are a lot of chances to score the boundary. That actually risks the wicket of the batter.
Yeah, it does. That man in short on the leg side, not exactly a short mid wicket, but he's pretty much in the batter's eye line when he goes for that shot. Really good field placing, but really good bowling by Marcus Young. It's been a very good over so far. He's been on it from the start. I'm sure his skipper could ask for anything more. Coming on to bowl and being right on the mark. Here we go. Young again. Batsman goes back in his crease, dabs it out to point, and there's no run. That's an excellent first over from Marcus Young. Skipper will be delighted.
It's 92 for 4. Pushes the single. Continues to bowl. The combination that they're looking for to pick up the breakthrough. I think one more wicket it will be almost completes the hopes of the Indian batting lineup, because the situation is getting difficult for them. They've been spending a lot of time. Another close one. Every single time when I watch Rush face to discuss something, there is something happens on the ground.
Yeah, I get commentators curse mouth. That was an interesting delivery. Flighted batsman came down the pitch. Was in two minds actually, and it went past. Here's Dearden in again. Quicker delivery this time. Toe end of the bat. Straight down to long on, and there's one run. Yeah, it's just notable in the last few overs. Pressure, it's building. You know, India haven't really kept the scoreboard ticking over. Here's Dearden in again. That's a flighted delivery. The batsman watches it carefully, just pushes it out. The skipper feels it short mid-wicket. Again, there's no run. And as we said, dot ball, dot ball, dot ball. It keeps building pressure. Here's Dearden in again. Loopy delivery. Off the back foot. And absolutely crunched through the extra cover area.
We'll be going for the single. There were a lot of time since the boundary. It's been quite calm innings. Maybe a calm partnership before the storm. Another pick of the gap. I think this has been a great field positioning from England bowlers and fielders. They've been placing the fielders at the right areas and bowling at the right areas.
Yeah, it's a really good point, and it's part and parcel of the game and the England's game plan, and the skipper Richard Menman must be delighted. It's okay setting your field in conjunction with a discussion with your bowler, but the bowlers have got to put in the right areas, and by and large in this England bowling attack they have done. There's been a few loose deliveries as you would expect, but by and large the bowlers have bowled to the field. It's been excellent so far from England. Let's see if they can continue to keep the pressure on the Indian batsmen. It's Marcus Young continuing from the hostile end.
Chance of a single, starts off with the dot ball. I think they were not in a mood of attacking the bowler. We've seen the previous batters try to go for the big shots, but there has been a demand at this point of time to score boundaries. They're not getting enough space to score runs on the board. This combination might get another breakthrough if it continues.
Yeah, and that will simply be down to England bowling very well in creating that pressure.
Well left, using foot really well. The hands were really well. The problem here is the runs were not much protective. This actually adds a lot of pressure to the batter. That's the problem. It's not about improving the run rate. This is something we are speaking about. This is perfect. And that's a good try from the fielder, which goes for the boundary. A welcome boundaries and a much needed boundary for the Indian batting setup. Another stepping out, catches the ball and the fingers were up. He's quite surprised. He's showing bats it is, but the decisions were made by the umpire. Maybe that's a close call. He's showing wicketkeeper's catch. Caught by the slip fielder, right?
Yeah, I mean, again, we saw earlier in the innings when Simon Routh went up for a catch and it wasn't given. The body language of the England fielders, they were absolutely amazed. That one was very similar. I think the whole field went up. We could certainly hear an edge from where we were in the pavilion section. The batsman indicating that it came off his boot or his pad. Certainly not happy, but the umpire, and we have to live by the umpire's decisions, give him out. Smart catch. India lose their 5th wicket.
So now we're getting satisfied with the previous one, which happened initially. That's halfway through the innings. Last 5 key batters. Can we expect some magic in this game?
Yeah, I think from India's point of view, there's 2 things that they need to be mindful of. 1, the overs are running out. 2, the England bowling has been very, very good, and the bowl to the field. It creates pressure, doesn't it? We saw the batsman play a beautiful on drive. He tried to sort of do the same again by coming down the pitch. The ball's just a bit quicker. The previous delivery was a bit more flighted. This was a lot flatter, a bit quicker. It was on him a bit earlier than he thought, and it was a nice simple chance to the man at slip. So yeah, we'll see India in a hole.
Anyway, they didn't have much patience to watch whether it's slow or it's a pace delivery or it's an arm ball, because they were desperate to score runs.
It's as we've talked about, it's pressure. That's what pressure does. It makes batsmen do things that they ordinarily wouldn't do. We've talked about it at length today. And I think you've got to give credit to the skipper, Richard Merriman. He's utilised his bowlers really well. His field placings have been absolutely spot on. It's stifled the Indian batsmen. So even when they've hit a good shot, and they have hit quite a few good shots, it's gone straight to a fielder. It builds the frustration as it's another dot ball. Nothing worse than a batter when he puts it in the middle of his bat and middles it and doesn't get any of those. Here's Dearden in again. And that's played down the ground. Kevin Watson runs around from his position at long on. And it's just a single.
Subramani, the new batter, in at number 7. Probably the typical Indian batting structure. This would be the last recognized batter. But in case, as of we discussed in the first innings, the tail-enders or the bowlers have started batting well, this won't be the end of the batting display. There'll be a lot of expectations and there'll be a lot of hopes for the side.
Yeah, you'll be dangerous to dismiss. You look at the England innings and the impact Phil Deacon and Chris Dearden had, scoring 50 odd and 49. They really anchored that middle order. So it's not a given that England are going to get through this Indian middle order, lower middle order. They've got to apply themselves. They've got to do the things that they've been doing to get 5 wickets down. Conversely, the Indian batsmen, they've got to apply themselves. They've got to knuckle down and dig in.
Agree that 2 of the lower middle order batters of England have batted really well. Remo scored a half century, 1, and the other one scored 52. The most important point is England have this tradition of the bowlers batting really well. Most of their bowlers batted really well in the history. Beautiful shot through the covers. A dream destination stroke for the batter, but goes for the boundary. Productivity, scoring boundaries at the right point of time, because after losing a wicket you'll tend to face a 10 to 20 deliveries to set the partnership, and then you'll go for the boundary. This one looks better because situation demands.
Cover drive, and that was no exception. Beautiful shot through the covers.
But speaking about this tailenders potential of batting, as we spoke about, that England have this tradition of their bowlers and tailenders use it to bat. There'll be decent batters and there'll be top class batters. But when you take teams like India, they're having this tradition of 7 batters, 4 bowlers formula. And they are now extending it to 6 batters, 5 bowlers formula. Now the problem is, among that 5 bowlers, 3 to 4 bowlers will never bat. So that is something that's haunting them. From grassroots level, they are now working on their fast bowlers and spinner to spend a lot of time in the nets with the bat.
Yeah, it's high risk, high reward, isn't it? You're picking 5 bowlers, you're expecting your bowlers to skittle out the opposition for very little. Therefore, you don't need to encourage them to bat and learn the techniques of batting. So we stop for a moment. Marcus Young continuing from the hostel end. It's outside the hostel. Batsman comes down, looking to play an expansive drive. Good bounce from Marcus Young.
Just through the back foot for the single. At the same time, that's good silence in the commentary box. Sometimes we will play some defensive strokes without any sounds. Silence is considered as a language. You know that?
I do know that. Apologies to those following the stream. We had a little altercation with a member of the Indian team.
Good flag from the bowler.
I'm glad to say we're all friends again.
They're just framing things into perfection. Wiles were flying. That's stylish to watch it for. The wicketkeeper behind the stumps. He's impressive throughout the innings. Simon Roth, the wicketkeeper.
Yeah, he's kept very well, Simon Ralph. He's, as you said, he's stood up almost exclusively all game, and it's not easy to do. He's kept exceptionally well.
Catches the call. For so many things in modern day cricket, what we usually think is Mahendra Singh Dhoni have used Ravichandran Ashwin in IPL 2011 finals as a first over spinner. We thought that he was the first captain to use a spinner in the first over. Then we got to know that in 1991 World Cup, New Zealand have used the tradition. For close keeping too, this has been a tradition a long way. Catches the call. No chance of that going for the single. They didn't went for the single. So like that, close keeping is also have been followed traditionally over the point of time. But we in a modern day era, the cricket fans were not watching much cricket during those times in 80s and 70s. So we are thinking that the modern day GNs were doing everything, creating everything. Not blaming, but that's how it goes.
Yeah, we tend to think that it's a modern day invention, don't we? But in essence, it's not. It's been going on, maybe not to the extent that it is now, but it was certainly taking place 25, 30 years ago. It's just now they're so much better at it, aren't they? The exponents, particularly wicket keepers, it's a tremendous art. And these guys standing up when you see them at international level and the speed of the bowlers, just to be able to take that ball and make a decision and rip the bails off is tremendous to see. So here's Marcus Young continuing from the hostel end.
Another close call. Missing by inches. Marcus Young, the bowler. Another close call. Seems like every single ball is going to be a dismissal deliveries that closer to pick a wicket.
Yeah, first two deliveries from Marcus Young have been absolutely spot on.
Another catches the call. Again, one bounce. Not reaching the hands of the fielder. And speaking about the periodic cricket, the period that some of our generation never born to have that fortune to watch that live. One among that was 1983 83 World Cup, which is quite emotional for us. Especially in that one innings of Kapil Dev, he scored 175, world record at that point of time, which was not broadcast. So, in a fun discussion, if you ever get a time travel, where will you go? People used to say, I'll go to 1983 and watch that innings played by Kapil Dev.
Why not? What a tremendous innings of cricket that was. Absolutely world class. From a world class player. Yeah, another good over there from Marcus Young. Absolutely on point. Merriman must be delighted with the effort he's getting from Marcus Young at that hostel end.
Super 1-5, India. Lights and pushes the defense over there. I think in the previous over we saw some attempt of going for the big shots over the long on area. They might be trying for that. They must try for that. But the problem is they're having complete protection at these regions. Maybe they can target regions like deep mid wicket or deep square leg, where the field is kept empty at the boundary rope. Looks better. This is what.
Yeah, right on cue, right on cue. The trap's been set. It's enticing the batters to go. With that, it's playing right across the line, but there's obviously a plan in place by the England team, and by and large they are following it to the letter.
Another flighted delivery. He's actually inviting them. He's not having that fear of conceding sixer or a boundary, but he wants to take a decision. Do one thing. If you want to hit it away. And you can't defend the ball. It's flighting. It's inviting yourself. Checking out the temptations of a batter.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. I mean, Chris Dearden is giving these balls a lot of air. You can just see the batsman starting to come forward, but then flight is a bit further than he anticipated. He's got to check his shot, see what happens on this delivery. Here's Dearden, it's in, flighted. And that's gone for the slog sweep. That's gone straight up in the air underneath it. It's Simon Routh, that's the wicket. There you go. Plan executed to absolute perfection. India lose another wicket. How to plan with Barra. Dearden wasn't phased about being slogged through mid-wicket for 4, 2 or 3 deliveries ago. A clear plan by the England skipper and the England bowler, executed to absolute perfection, and a nice catch by Simon Routh running to his left, giving Chris Dearden a well-deserved wicket for some excellent bowling, using guile, using knowledge, using his experience. India in a lot of trouble now.
Rotates a strike. Balaji, the new pattern to the crease to take up the responsibilities halfway through the innings. In fact, 60% of this innings got over. And in terms of run rate and the run scored by the batting side, it's quite easier to get the target, but the wicket column is still haunting them.
Yeah, it's the wickets that are going to haunt India if they don't get over the line. I think a couple of the batsmen at the top order may look at themselves for some of the shots they tried to play, tried to be aggressive early doors, didn't work. England into the ascendancy. In fairness to India, they've wrestled some of the initiative back, but there's been some very, very good bowling by England. Marcus Young typifying that from the hostel end, not giving much away, and his partner at the moment, Chris Dearden, wily character. Well-deserved wicket in the last over. Plan set, plan executed.
Was closer, not giving enough width to the batter. He's almost near the margins of picking that wicket. That is regularly happening on his bowling.
He's bowled fantastically well, Bharat, is Marcus Young. He really has. I mean, every delivery is challenging the bowler. Again, right on point. An exemplary for defensive shot by the batsman there. Just prods it out into the offside, but yeah, he's been fantastic.
What I'm understanding from this period of time in cricket is England have produced a lot of spinners.
Bounce again from Marcus Young. He has got that ball to bounce. Well, he's missing the outside edge on numerous occasions. He's getting that ball to go through and bounce. Can a batsman play a false shot?
Actually, adding to what you said, what I get the conclusion is England always had better spinners, but not the condition to use the spinners wisely. And these spinners were a good example of that.
Yeah, in fact, all the England spinners are bowled exceptionally well. You're absolutely right. The conditions for most spinners in England aren't conducive for them. The pitches, the weather. It's seam bowler's paradise in England on some wickets. Certainly some of the county grounds that the counties play at, you can toil away as a spinner and get very, very little reward for your efforts. And here's Chris Dearden continuing from the pavilion end. Let's see if he can get another wicket as he did in his previous over. Must be full of confidence.
Continues to bowl. This is becoming a bit of a long spell again. Not having much shades of fast bowlers, despite what happened in the early phase of the innings. Another flighted delivery. They're not taking that risk. He's actually fighting back really well, using his strength, fighting it again and again, and surprisingly some quicker deliveries. Beautiful stroke making, reaching the length of the ball. He's actually challenging the batters, inviting them into the front foot again and again. Hires some effort, right?
And there we go, right on cue again. Two well-flighted deliveries on the first two, encouraging the batsman to go on to the front foot. And then a delivery, force him to go onto the back foot. Genuine edge.
Another close one. Missing the stumps by inches. Again, when I saw your face, things were happening that favor England, but unfortunately things didn't went into that. That's well left. No chance of taking risk on losing your wicket. One more to end this over. Good use of the wrist. Find the placement where the deep fielders. Standing gets a single to end this over. And that's 118 for 6, Team India.
Yeah, 118 for 6 after 30. England well on top here. We take a drinks break. And another good over from Chris Dearden, inducing a false stroke from the batsman. Very good use of flight and speed. Genuine edge. Hard chance from Simon Ralph behind the stumps. But England, 30 overs gone, will be more than happy with the situation they find themselves in. India, well, they've got it all to do.
Subhash Chatterjee and Balaji Ramanathan. Subhash Chatterjee had been playing a very long time, analyzing the conditions really well, but he didn't get a stable partner to make things happen. Marcus 10 continues to go.
Yeah, Marcus Young continuing from the hostel end after the drinks break. And during that drinks break, you could see the skipper Richard Merriman urging his troops for one final push. That's a big hoik down to long on. The batsman run through for a single.
Sense of some intent in the middle, as both the batters were swinging the bat. He's still taking some time. Subhash Chatterjee is having completely different game plan. Maybe moving the game till the last over. But sometimes push yourself into the gamble of this at that moment. And under pressure, you can take things easily. If you could be able to handle this. This is the formula of Mahendra Singh Dhoni. No matter what pressure, you have to take the game forward to the last over. Then, from that point of time, you can decide whether it's their game or our game.
Yeah, we've talked about this at length. This is do or die time for India, really. 30 overs completed. They've still got a long way to go, and that just last ball just typified it. One of the rare bad balls from Marcus Young, a full toss on leg stump, hit straight to the field and no run. It's just the pressure element, isn't it? It does things to batsmen. It makes them alter their frame of mind, their mindset. India have got it all to do here. England well in the ascendancy. I think it needs a batter to back himself, take a chance, maybe get the England team out of their comfort zone, because they're clearly in it at the moment.
The problem here is no sense of them doing that here. 127 of 89 is quite challenging equation to chase on, so you can't just rely on pushing the opposition under pressure. To be very honest, England are sitting in the driver's seat. To push them out of the position, you need to fight really well.
Yeah, Chris Dearden continuing from the pavilion end. Another good flight delivery. Straight back to him. He's in again. He bowls, flighted down the pitch. That's scooped towards long on, where it's fielded.
Not getting the proper connections. In case if it is connected, this will be a dilemma of whether it's going to be a catch or a sixer. Saving the wicket just because of poor connection.
Yeah, it's high risk, high reward, isn't it? At the moment, India, even with like 15 overs to go or 14 overs to go, they're meandering to a defeat here. Bit more intent shown that time. Straight back down the ground. Just another single though.
Pushing singles here and there. I couldn't understand the mindset of Subhash Chatterjee. He's been still stable, playing like a monk, not having any distractions on what he's doing. Even the game's pressure is not bothering him.
Yeah, just to echo that, 30 off 61 balls for Chatterjee. It's not outstanding, but he is doing a job for India. Let's not forget that. He is still... Oh, that's out. That's out. Dearden, bit of flight. Bit of intent from the batter coming down the pitch. Past the outside.
In a way, we can call it commentator scores. For the first ever time, Raj told about his scores 30 of 61 and it went on to be a dismissal. And this is a deserved wicket for him, Chris Dearden. He's been trying for that for a very long while. The slow delivery, he trusted in that process and that worked really well for him. 124 for 7 now, India.
Yeah, as you say, but I think it's a well-deserved wicket for Chris Dearden. He's bowled exceptionally well, hasn't he? And we talked about how the England team have bowled in pairs. It started off first off with Mike Palmer and Kevin Watson. Very, very good opening spell from Mike Palmer. Okay, Kevin Watson was a bit expensive, but he bowled well. You know, backed his partner up at the other end. And then we saw Phil Deacon coming on. Nick Newman, again, two left armers, wrestled the initiative away from India. India have dug in, but they've never really looked comfortable. And the tandem of Marcus Young and Chris Dearden have really put the brakes on the Indian fight back. Another wicket, a well-deserved wicket for Chris Dearden. Well taken by Simon Routh, a good stumping. India have it all to do.
Great piece of bowling, as you said. Chris Dearden, 2 wickets for him. Marcus Young, 1 wicket. Almost most of their bowlers have picked up wicket except Kevin Watson and Phil Dickin. Now the new batter, Rajshekhar Raman, the new batter, into the crease with 3 more wickets in hands. They have to climb up a Himalayan target. Third ball to end this over. That's 124 for 7 after 32.
Yeah, great over by Chris Dearden there, Bharat. You know, he's bowled exceptionally well, hasn't he? I think it's something that we were talking about. Flighting deliveries, it's a lost art, but he does it absolutely to perfection. And they're well-deserved wickets. And as I said, well taken by Simon Routh behind the stumps. India in a lot of trouble. Have they got somebody who can stand up and be countered? Put the England players under pressure. It's going to take a heroic effort from here. And it's Marcus Young continuing from the hostel end. He's bowled exceptionally well as well.
With a strong shout. He's having great energy, continues to bowl his 7th over. Weather has been pretty better today. It's quite clear.
Well, Marcus Young is a testament to what we were talking about during this innings about seniors cricket. You wouldn't believe to look at him, but he's nearly 70 years of age. Unbelievably fit. He's an absolute inspiration.
So many inspirational cricketers today we are watching, and I couldn't believe still, is he 70? Shot offered. That picks the gap and goes for the boundary. An easy attempt for the batter. Picks up the gap and placement was perfect. First boundary for him. Balaji Ramanathan took his own time. In the 19th delivery, scores the boundary.
Yeah, good shot down the ground there. It wasn't a particularly bad ball, but just hung up on the surface a bit, sat up a bit. It was there to be hit and dispatched it beautifully.
No chance of that going for a single couple of dot balls again. With Balaji Ramanathan and Rajshekhar Raman, the new batter, they have to build this partnership to the next level. It's not about winning the game, it's about showing that intent, getting closer to the target. That they have to try, they have to act as busy as possible. It's not about expecting those boundaries down the ground. Pitching runs here and there sometimes puts the bowler into the back foot. You're watching Marcus Young has been bowling that much perfect deliveries closer to the stumps. In case if it went on to be a lot of boundaries, this one another boundary. Not a regular one to see from Simon Routh. Very rare phenomena happening in the middle. And in case if they pushes him towards singles and twos regularly, he would have lost his control. The areas that he bowls, for instance, 5 good deliveries in an over will be cut down to 3 good deliveries in an over.
Yeah, it's a good point, Bharat. Just on that last delivery again, Marcus Young getting some bounce. You know, he's bowled exceptionally well. That's another good delivery. Unlucky, that very difficult one for Simon Routh to take behind the stumps. Oof, played thick edge. And it's gone for 4. Just in front of the fielder at slip. Over again from Marcus Young. Excellent, excellent over.
Quite unlucky for the bowler. That comes 12 runs off the over, but the spell is still looking fresh. And that looks good numbers. Marcus Young 7 of 21 for 1, 136 for 7, a 1-1-12 of 72. 10 more runs almost required every single over. It goes for the boundary. Runs were flowing in the middle. This has been expected for a very long time, happening finally for India.
Both 7 overs on the trot, sprinted. Linford Christie down there, never gave it up. It just typifies the spirit that the England team have had and shown in this bowling endeavour. Excellent effort from Marcus Young there. That's Dearden in again. Back on point, straight back down to him, and there's no run.
Over the bowler's head. Long on fielder chasing the ball. And that has been a good effort. In the middle, will be getting a single. The problem is they would have ran the first run as quick as possible, because after watching the fielder stopping the ball, it went on to be just a single, not 2 runs on the board. 41 for 7. Slice it over the point direction. No chance of that going for the single. Bit of improvements in the run rate, it seems. Both Balaji and Rajesh Shekhar has been scoring boundaries, chasing runs. Still, the problem is stealing singles within the 30-yard circle. That's not happening. The 30-yard circle, inner circle fielders were really good in terms of saving singles.
Yeah, we saw in the England innings, didn't we, Barath, how they pushed the ones, pushed the twos when India were in the ascendancy. It got the Indian team rattled, and then the loose deliveries that were there were then put away to the boundary. And England at times were running at 8, 9, 10 and over. But their running between the wickets and their run-making decision was excellent. And I think you're absolutely right that the batting pair now for India have got to look at that. Push the ones, big gaps in the field, back yourself for 2, but keep that scoreboard ticking over. The odd boundary, 3 dot balls and a single is not going to get them over the line.
Exactly, that's something that makes the difference between both the sides in terms of approaching the innings. Because middle over was another close delivery. And this has been a repetitive thing happening here. Bit of depressed here. Marcus Young, have never expected this would happen. Look at his emotions. Because he did everything to the perfection. He don't deserve to lose that boundary.
Yeah, Marcus Young, another absolutely wonderful delivery. Hands on hips. Can't believe that it's not hit the stumps. Bounce again from him. 4 byes, unfortunately, but tremendous delivery.
The attempted sweep shot this time beats up the fielder. Somehow the lungs were getting reeked here, as India were finding final hopes here with this 8th wicket partnership is blossoming with boundaries.
Round the corner towards deep fine leg, motoring along this outfield for 4. No chance of stopping it.
Another close call. Everything is having a value here in the middle.
Bounce again from Marcus Young. I don't know where he's getting this from, but again, it was a very, very good delivery.
And 49 for 7. With just 99 more runs required to win this game. It's Marcus Young finding it difficult to control things. He's been bowling really well, but the runs were kept on leaking. Another close delivery. 150 up here for Team India for 35 overs. 10 more overs to go, 98 to win this game. Marcus Young completing his 8th over, 34. One for the bowler. It's been a long spell for the bowler at Hostel Inn.
Yeah, it has been. I think Marcus Young looking a bit weary now. He's bowled continuously. That's, as you say, his 8th over. These conditions, it's a big ask. It's a big ask. India not completely out of this, but England heavy favourites to win. It's going to take a big effort. The run rate creeps up, but the big problem for India is the wickets that they have left.
I said the wicket column is something that brings a difference and favours England. They're way ahead of India in terms of winning this game. Just because of one column, that's wicket column. In case if it's 150 for 2 or 3, there'll be high probables of winning this game. Sweep shot, beats up the fielder, tried his best. And that eventually goes for the boundary. Sweep shots for added value for the batting side if it is played in the aerial route. Let's welcome boundary again. Balaji Ramanathan and Rajshekhar Raman are trying to act as busy as possible to make this happen for Team India.
Yeah, good shot there. Over Marcus Young at square leg. Did his best. Extended. Jumped up just over his head and raced away for 4.
Taking back the strike. Balaji Ramanathan, the batter, setting the fielders on the deep, straight away deep square leg fielder to avoid the sweep shots going for the boundary. Leading edge, trying to play across. This puts him into the back foot as the field position says it all. It's quite defensive approach of field positioning. (18 of 30 balls), Rajshekhar Raman 13 of 10 balls. With a flatted delivery. Great dot ball. He's not getting distracted by whatever happening in the middle. In spite of scoring boundaries, he's maintaining the same line and length. Chris Dearden. It's not impacting his mental stability.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Tried and tested. It's another very good over. Yes, there was the one boundary from it. Chris Dearden won't mind about that. It was a genuine shot. Marcus Young, a good effort at square leg to reach it. Jumped up, extended, but just over his fingertips. I think that might be the end of Chris Dearden's spell. If it is, he's bowled fantastically well. Now coming on at the Hostel end, let's have a look. It's Marcus Young to continue.
That's quite a long spell from them. Both Marcus Young and Chris Dearden. Marcus Young to bowl his 9th over from Hostel Inn, having front fielders at the deep. I think they have to work on the wicket column again and again. Marcus Young deserved to get 2 to 3 wickets, but unfortunately, hits and butts were not favouring him.
Yeah, he's spot on. He's bowled very well, been tremendously unlucky. Got a lot of deliveries to fly and bounce, put the batsman under pressure. That's a good shot down the ground. Oh, it's hit the stumps at the other end. Well, unlucky for the batsman there. Good contact, straight back down the ground, hit the middle stump.
That's even fortunate enough for the non-striker to well aware of what's happening. To go for the single, no chance of that going for the single. As of what you said, starting off with the dot balls, and again it will go for a boundary, and again it will become a dot ball. Then 4 runs in an over and 5 dot balls for a bowler. It improves the confidence of the bowler. At the same time, you're not improving a run rate. The record run rate is more than 10 runs per over.
Yeah, a bowler at this stage of the game, Bath, they're not going to mind just giving the one boundary and over away. India doing that aren't going to win this game. It's going to take more than one boundary and an over.
Followed by dot balls after dot balls after dot ball for the bowler. Marcus Young is bowling over the wicket. This is another unlucky factor for the bowler. It eventually goes for boundary. Look at his body language, it says it all.
Say, genuine edge again. Got to say that, Barrett. It was a genuine edge again. But went through the gap between wicket keeper and first slip and away to the boundary for 4.
.158 for 7. And a dot ball to end this over. Just 4 runs of this over. 158 for 7, Team India.
Tremendous again from Marcus Young. I can't tell you how impressive his spell has been. Bowling continuously from that end. I think that's 10 overs straight, isn't it, Barath? Is that right? Does he bowl 10 overs straight? I'm just double checking for you. Apologies, 9 overs completed. That is some effort. Some effort. So, India currently sit at 158 for 7. 37 overs gone. 8 overs to go. Can they get there? It's going to be a big ask. Looks like it's going to be a change at the pavilion end. Yeah, it looks like it's going to be Nick Newman coming on to replace Chris Dearden. And I've got to say, Chris Dearden and Marcus Young together operating bowled tremendously well as a pair, didn't they? Absolutely tremendous effort.
A change of bowling after a very long time. Newman into the attack. A left arm spinner. Nick Newman, the bowler. Start off with that ball going through the covers. Wishing single trade on that. And the required run rate moves to 11.25. Which means it's quite into a T20 contest with having 3 wickets in hands. Couple of runs on the board here. Chapter 2 here, Rajshekhar Raman, who scored 4 boundaries in a quick succession within 17 deliveries. That's much more important at this point of time. Even more is required by the batter, as he is in an intent to score runs on the board. Let's wait and watch what would be his reaction to this delivery. Tried playing the sweep shot, it's quite protective, and the fielder chasing down the ball eventually goes for the boundary. Welcome runs on the board here. After they started showing some intent in the middle, the runs started flowing on the boards for Team India. This is something that's been quietly missing when Subhash Chatterjee was batting. Maybe he had different game plans altogether, but this batter, Rajshekhar Raman, is trying to throw his bat literally every single delivery and getting boundaries. Look at his numbers, 5 boundaries so far for the batter. That quick succession actually brings a lot of hope for the batting side. And most of them came into fine leg, those genuine edges, of course. But yes, luck favours the brave, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think if you look at his strike rate of 115, that tells you all you need to know. He's 23 off 20 balls with those 5 boundaries. There have been genuine shots apart from the one which was the edge, as we've talked about. He's batted very, very well. Maybe, in hindsight, Chatterjee could have And there we go again. It's another 4. Through vacant area, through gully. Yeah, 27 of 21 balls, 6 boundaries, a strike rate of 128.57, not too shabby at all.
Good shown by the batter. And finding boundaries in the most quiet regions of the boundary. 38 overs. It's 169 for 7, 11 runs of the previous over. Now 79 runs required of 42 balls to win this game.
Yeah, the current run rate shown is 4.45. The required run rate well over the 10 mark now, 11.29. As Bharat mentioned, we're in T20 mode. The problem that India have, if they are going to go for it and attempt to get close to the England total, they've only got the 3 wickets back in the pavilion. So interesting stage of the match. There's going to be a change at the hostel end. It looks like Mike Palmer's coming back on.
So 29 runs required in 42 balls. It's quite crucial with Rajshekhar Raman and Balaji Ramanathan bringing up this partnership at the later part of this innings. Mike Palmer, the bowler, who brought that early breakthrough in the power play with using the new ball that impacted a lot. That actually set the tone for England in the second innings. What are the quick thoughts here, Rush? Is there any chance of bringing breakthrough?
Well, if Mike Palmer bowls like he did in his first 3 overs, then I would say every chance. Here he comes. He's in, he bowls. It's outside the off stump. Nicely played by the batsman. Good stop at gully. And there's no run. Yeah, his first 3 overs were tremendous, weren't they, Bharat? 3 for 22. He bowled exceptionally well. Looked a bit tired in that 3rd over, I have to say. He's obviously had a rest. Got some fluids inside of him. Let's see if he can continue to be the dominant force that he was earlier in this innings.
Setting up the fielders, having a 3rd man, a deep pine fielder as of what he had in the power play. Surprising thing is, a long off has been pushed back. 3 fielders at the deep. A 3rd man, wider 3rd man and a deep pine fielder. This is quite surprising. I've never seen such a kind of field positions done by a fast bowler.
Yeah, it's very strange. You've got two fielders, sort of wide-ish 3rd man. It's a very interesting field. In comes Palmer again. He bowls. It's outside the off stump, and it's played to the second of those fielders along the ground at deep 3rd man, and the batsmen go through for a single. So it's obviously something they've looked at and worked at. Watched the batsmen. But very strange fielding positions, but it's obviously there. It's a plan, and they're trying to execute to the plan.
And this field position gives the clarity that he's going to bowl wide outside off stump, inviting them to play the cut shot. I will take this gamble of having a slip fielder along with the 3 3rd man fielder. I mean, 1 with the deep point, 2 3rd man fielder. Having a slip fielder, it's quite a bit of gamble, but he can take that. He's having that advantage. 177 the scorecard.
Yeah, he's putting the batsmen in a bit of a dilemma because they're going to look at it and think, well, what's that fielder doing there? It's a position that you very rarely see on a cricket pitch.
Strong shouts and fingers were up. Breakthrough that we are speaking about. 4th wicket for the bowler. And that's 170 for 8. Busy man has to walk away.
It's me, he's played well today.
And one more required milestone. In batting, it would be 50 a century. In bowling, it would be 5 for. We'll wait for that to happen. Now it's 170 for 8. Making things clear. The route was pretty clear for the England side. They batted really well in terms of bowling. They've been doing the job really well at the regular point of time. Impressive thing is the captaincy done by Richard. Merriman was the captain of the side. The way how he rotated the bowlers, the way how he made this combination between the bowlers, that set the tone for the side.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Great credit to the bowlers, but great credit to some excellent skippery by the English skipper Richard Merriman. The bowling tandem. Each bowler has backed his partner up. It's been a tremendous bowling performance thus far, typified by Mike Palmer coming back from the hostel end. As we said earlier, his first 3 overs, 3 wickets. He bowled with fire, he bowled with intent, and he's got his just reward again. A full ball batsman playing all the way around it. It was full, it was straight, it was going to be knocking probably middle and leg out of the ground. Well done, Mike Palmer. India 170 for 8. What have they got left?
Now the surprising thing is, he had the typical field set right, which is very different and interesting field set as we mentioned. Third man, wider third man and a deep point fielder. Then what would be running on the thoughts of a batter? He will surely be expecting anything outside off stump. And that ball actually invaded the stumps. Actually mind blocking. He would have never expected that. He would have prepared some pre-preparations going into the back foot for the cut shot. Good game plan here from the bowler.
Yeah, we've talked about it. It was the plan. The plan was there, it was set. In the batsman's mind, looking at that, particularly that second wide third fielder, it's a fielding position you never really see. He's expecting that ball outside the off stump. To get one full and straight, well, there you go, genius. Here comes Palmer again. He's in, bowls, straight, taking down the leg side, signal wide. Good take by Simon Routh, but down the leg side, signal wide.
Excellent work from him. They've been doing that right from the start of this innings. Ratan Sharma, the new batter, who's facing Michael Palmer. He's having a lot more time to pick that 1 wicket, the 5-4 we are speaking about. But I'm not sure how Ratan Sharma is going to fight against that by making not to happen. That's a well-planned field set again, having a fine left fielder. That's a clue for the batter, in fact.
Yeah, it's just messing with the batter's heads, isn't it? I mean, they're looking at it and thinking, well, what's he doing there? Why is he there? That ball's obviously going to be there. That one was fuller, middle and leg. Batsman played all across it. Comes off his pad, but there's a short, fine leg in. He's got to be wondering what's going on.
Change of pace, it seems. Stood for a moment after watching the ball. He went for the dot ball. It's Balaji Ramanathan. And a dot ball to end this over 8.
Yeah, great return by Mike Palmer. Striking in his second spell as he did in his first spell. He really has bowled exceptionally well today. Currently stands at 6 overs, 1 maiden, 4 for 25. An outstanding effort, outstanding. So India, as Barros says, 172 for 8, that's 39 gone. Still reachable, but it needs some application. Some commitment from the remaining Indian batters to get them over the line. England will be sensing that they can wrap this up quite quickly within the 45 overs. Looks like Nick Newman continuing from the pavilion end. He's bowled well as well, I've got to say. His figures don't really give it that 7 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 38, but he has bowled well.
Taking the guard here, Balaji Ramanathan will be on strike with Nick Newman continuing to bowl. But batsman got the connections better, and that beats up the fielders, goes for the boundary. Placement to the perfection. Starts off the over with the boundary, still having some hopes for them after losing 8 wickets. That intent of stroking is still working for them. Balaji Ramanathan.
Out of it, it does look a tall order. Don't make any underestimation of that fact. but I don't think it's a time to block and dot balls. This is a time to strike. It's intent again. Strike's well fielded on the leg side. Tumbling stop. And Nick Newman will know this. He'll know the batters are going to be going after him. So it's can he vary his flight? Can he vary his speed to induce a false shot? Maybe something in the air.
He's showing his style of aggression. Now any one of them have to defend. That's a batter.
Yeah, I just mentioned can Nick Newman vary his flight, vary his speed, and you just saw it in that delivery. A lot quicker, a lot flatter. Let's see where this one goes. He's walking in. He's in. Bowls. Quicker delivery again. Right on target. Nothing the batsman can do but play orthodox forward defensive. Good bowling from Nick Newman.
That brings a couple of dot balls on dot. Nick Newman. Another arm ball. This time beats up the fielder at the point direction. And he's chasing down that outfield. Actually, that's a great stuff. The batters were actually walking that, expecting that to be a boundary. And that's why you should always be aware of fielders. One step ahead of what the opposition is thinking.
That's a great. Typifies the.
Brutal harnessed into. That's party up 179 for 8. Last 5 overs, 69 runs required.
So into the last 5 here at the SRI Ramachandra Stadium in Chennai. Mike Palmer to continue from the hostel end. Can he replicate what he did in the last over and get a wicket, which would probably all but seal England's victory? Just waiting for some field positions to begin. In he comes. Bowls, nice and full. Ooh. Excellent take by Simon Routh to whip the bails off. Batsman back foot was in the crease. Tremendous delivery again. Batsman has to go for the shots, and he did, but it was full, it was straight, and just missed the stumps. Good keeping again by Simon Routh.
Well, typically it's quite challenging for the wicketkeeper to stand throughout the entire 50 overs. And Simon Routh is doing that effortlessly at this age. It's out of the world, to be very honest.
It is. It's some achievement, and by all these boys, we've said it to both teams. You know, to play in these conditions in this heat, they put on a really good game of cricket, and that's exemplified by Simon Routh. He's kept very, very well.
And this comes out of real joy and enjoyment for the game. The passion should be there because he's enjoying every bit of it. He's clipping those bails up. Everything comes out of joy. Not about winning the game, not about losing the game. The process of playing the game, the moment of playing the game is really working well for him. Another one again. The bails were out.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. I'm sure his lower back, his thighs and his hamstrings will probably disagree with you later on today when he's in the ice bath. But yeah, it's part and parcel, and he's played really, really well today. He's backed his bowlers up with some excellent, excellent wicket keeping.
An 80 for 8. Continues to fall Michael Palmer. The tight delivery. It's not easy for the wicketkeeper, right? This man is out of the world.
Yeah, if you ever wanted an example of backing up what I was just saying about Simon Ralph, that was the delivery. Quick from Palmer, that bounce. He's not got a lot of time to react behind the stumps. Took it well.
A single run of this over. And the chances of them winning this game is getting tied at 25 balls, 68 runs to win this game. And it's quite harder to face such a fast bowler at this point of situation. You can't just swing the bat every single time. You have to watch the ball as he's placing the fielders typically in a different way. We're not sure whether it's going to be something way outside off stump or it's going to invade the stumps. Last ball of this over. Nathan Sharma on strike. They took it off the mark. And the 41, 180 for 8.
Another good over from Mike Palmer there. Typified by that last delivery. Nice and quick outside the off stump. Getting the batsman to play a shot. Missing the outside edge. He really has bowled well. Really has bowled. For 8 after 41. It's going to be difficult for them. But they've got to go out swinging. No point playing and dabbing for your singles now. Go out in a blaze of glory. High risk, high reward.
I've heard it somewhere. But that's a lot of value. Risk taken. And just goes for the single. 67 of the equations. We're still having hopes because of this modern day cricket. So many magics happen. We've seen that happening.
We have in all forms of cricket. He's going to be a big ass though. That certainly helps England's cause. The dot ball squirted out into the leg side. The skipper Richard Merriman doing the fielding.
And what's most weird in T20 cricket is sometimes teams will dominate for 30 overs, for 35 overs. The opposition will dominate the key points of the game and they will win the game eventually.
Yeah, I think it comes down to a couple of factors. One being mindset. The England mindset has been magnificent today. The bowlers have bowled very, very well. But I think we need to heap a lot of praise on the England skipper Richard Berry and his field placings, making sure his bowlers are working in tandem. You can't underestimate how good that has been.
It's quite impressive captainship from him. The way how he combines his bowlers, different combinations. This time it's a pace versus spin, a left arm spinner, and with a fast bowler. What it does is the batters will have different style of approach in every over. Most of the batters nowadays are having different backlifts. The down backlift for the spinners and the uplifted backlift for the fast bowlers. If you keep moving both the things, mentally you'll be tired of something doing regularly.
Yeah, you will. It's as a fielding captain that you put in place, and by and large I think they have, and they've done it very, very well. If the bowlers are doing it, it puts the batsman in a very, very awkward position. And I think more than anything, watching the Indian innings, there's been uncertainty from the Indian batsmen.
The dot ball to end this over. Just single run of that over. That's 42 overs, 181 for 8. 67 runs needed in 18 balls to win this game.
Yeah, another good over by Nick Newman there. He's bowled excellently as well, as have all the England bowlers. They've really squeezed the life out of the Indian lower middle order. India weren't without a chance at halfway. They sort of got bogged down a bit, but that's due mainly to some very, very good field placings and some excellent England bowling to the fields that they had set. And it's really just constricted until India have got to a point now where I think even the most die-hard Indian supporter will feel that the total is going to be out of their reach, sitting at 181 for 8 after 42 overs. 3 overs to go, and it's the excellent Mike Palmer continuing from the hostile end.
Ten balls, 0 runs for Ratan Sharma. Still struggling it hard to get the first run on the board. Most of the batters, it's quite easy to score a century, but not the first run. First runs are quite challenging. Nervousness is one of those reasons. Starts off with the dot ball here. Mike Palmer to Balaji Ramanathan. It's been 29 of 46 balls with 4 boundaries. Swing and a miss. Almost closer. The typical delivery that he used to bowl. And his wicket-taking nag came under that. Most of the bowlers in England today bowled had 2 different deliveries and mixed it by confusing the batters. One being the quicker delivery and the other being the flighted delivery for the spinners. And for him, the line that he bowls, one attacks the stumps and the other is actually going way out of the batter.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Just to demonstrate that again, commentators curse the slow delivery from Mike Palmer down the leg side, signal wide. But yeah, he's varied his pace as he's varied his line, and keeping the batsman guessing. It's been a great spell of bowling. It's been a privilege to be here at this ground watching him. I know he's going to be suffering at the end of it, but he can hold his head very, very high. Tremendous effort by Mike Palmer.
This is good one from the batter, rotate the strike. Now we have to look at Ratan Sharma, who's 0 of 10 balls. Is there a chance for him to score the first runs on the board? As an individual. So far it's 4 wickets for the bowler. Every eye is on him at 1/5 wicket. The row of dot ball continues. 0 of 11 balls. And this over consumed just a wide and a single, just 2 runs of this over. Another closer one. He's a bit of disappointed, and that eventually went for the boundary. Not for the boundary, it seems. It's not a boundary. Good save from the fielder. Now that brings Balaji on strike. Still, that continues. 0 of 12 balls. This time through the cover, catches the call. If it was taken, would have been a spectacular catch to watch out for. Another good over from Palmer comes to an end. That's 185 for 8. 2 more overs to go. 63 needed.
Yeah, another sterling effort from Mike Palmer in that over. I've got to say, he looks absolutely worn out. But what a heroic effort, what a spell of bowling he's put in. He really has been absolutely top class.
Seems like pace batter in both ends. Kevin Watson into the attack from Pavilion, arranging his fielders according to the way how he's gonna bowl. Again, the two style of bowling format will continue with Watson too. One would be the conventional way of bowling according to the field position. The other would be a cheat delivery, that making the batter to think of a certain delivery and you'll be bowling that surprise delivery.
Yeah, England in the fortunate position that they know that the match is pretty much gone away from India. Strange things have happened in the game of cricket, of course, but it's going to take a number of sixes for India to get over the line. I don't think Kevin Watson's going to be too concerned. It'd be nice for him to get a wicket, of course. I thought he bowled quite well in his opening spell, apart from the first over, but he complimented Mike Palmer really well. In he comes, he bowls. Oh! Great bit of fielding by Marcus Young at square leg. Leapt up in the air. Nearly 70 years old, this fella is, you know. Absolutely amazing.
That really motivates. A day full of motivation. Cut it away, no chance of a single. Now it's mathematically impossible unless some magic happens in the middle. With Balaji Ramanathan striking back on Kevin Watson, the bowler. I think at some point of time they would have planned the innings towards not losing all the 10 wickets before the 45th over rather than chasing the target. Of course, it's too far for them. Just the single.
Yeah, and I also think the difference is India sitting at 185 for 8 and we're coming to the end of the game. If they were only chasing 210 as you predicted, I think it possibly gets there, or it's a different mindset from the Indian batters. Chasing nearly 250 as we discussed, different mindset completely.
Completely agreeing with that, but at the same time, even I mentioned it in the first innings, if they score 250, it's gonna be a real challenge for India. That's quite a Vasov predicted first. Runs for the batter, in fact Ratan Sharma gets it through a boundary. Yes, that's quite confident total, because they had different way of thinking about the first innings total, with the way how their batting strength, with the way how opposition will have, and the kind of bowling you're having to defend, keeping all things in mind. This is a conscious effort from England to score more than the pair score, making sure that they could easily defend this total. They were well prepared for the challenges.
They certainly were. Watson and again another dot ball. Yeah, they certainly were. I mean, they got their tactics absolutely spot on. And I think looking forward to the World Cup, there are obviously stiff challenges to come, but this match today will give the England team an immense amount of confidence, because all three phases have been absolutely tremendous. The batting set the tone by the skipper Richard Merriman. Good contributions from Phil Deacon and Chris Dearden lower down the order. The bowling has been excellent. The field placings have been excellent. The bowlers have bowled to the field placings and they've really strangled the life out of India. Okay, there was a brief dip where India looked like they couldn't be getting back into the game, but in reality it's not really been a close contest. Well done, England.
Palmer continues to bowl. The very last over of this game. Still having chances of picking a fifer into his name, Mike Palmer. We were not going for the single, just rotating the strike. It's not exactly happening in the middle. They actually came into the last phase of this over, understanding the condition, mathematical situation of winning this game and playing some relaxed cricket, it seems. And these kind of results will be produced when you have relaxed mindset of playing the game. Had no burden of chasing certain extent or doing certain things in the middle. Just watches the ball and out of curiosity he played this ball.
Yeah, maybe, but you've got to admire quality cricket stroke. We've talked about it earlier on. There's no way a cricket stroke that fans, spectators like to see. The beautifully executed cover drive, and that was no exception. Wonderful shot through the covers.
Another one through the sweeper cover, will be getting a single this time. Into the last phase of this over, that has been exceptional performance from Mike Palmer. In case if those 3 wickets were not taken in the power play, things would be completely different. The chase would have been much smoother for them.
Yeah, absolutely. It put India under pressure very early on in the innings.
Another closer one. So many close deliveries today. Most of them were not going into the favour of the bowlers. It's not happening for the first time here. We've seen that happen to Marcus Young. They've been pretty close of picking a wicket almost every phase of his over. The last 2 balls. More final chance for him to pick that fifer. Catches the call. And that lands in a no man's land. Tried his best. That's been really a great try from the batter. He ran from long off almost to the 30-yard circle. .196 for 8. In case if they score a boundary, they can end this innings with 200 on the board. It's not a boundary, that's not 200, that's not 5 for the bowler. It's quite calm into the innings here. Without bringing up 197 for 8. It's a difference of 50 runs between England and India, and England are winning this game by 50 runs difference. That's a top quality performance with the bat, with the ball on the field. Comprehensively beaten the opposition by accessing challenging conditions at a top hot city of Chennai. It's quite good performance from many performers here from both India and England. But in terms of batting, India didn't have much impactful performances except Balaji and Subhash Chatterjee scoring 30 plus runs with the bat. And with the ball for England, Mike Palmer of course picked up the bowler, picked up 4 wickets today. And almost every single bowler, Nick Newman, Phil Dickin, Chris Dearden and Marcus Young bowled really well. The combination worked really well for England. And that brings up the smiles on the faces here. Celebrations are going. A good start to the tournament here. The first ever international cricket for senior cricket over 60s that has been won by England by beating up India by a difference of 50 runs.
Yeah, Barth, great summary. Just to add to that, I'd like to thank both teams for putting on a proper game of cricket here today. It's been an absolute pleasure to be here at the SRI Ramachandra ground. It's been an absolute pleasure to sit next to you, my friend. I hope I see you later on in the tournament. I'm sure our paths will cross. The two teams now just exchanging handshakes. I've got to say, both sets of players look absolutely shattered. It's been a tough ask, and just for all our viewers, wherever you are in the world, let me just tell you this and reiterate this. These boys are over 60 years old, played in 30 plus heat with a high degree of humidity. They haven't shirked any effort, any responsibility. They put on a very, very good show of cricket. As Bharat said, the Indian top order possibly will look back when they have their debrief and look back and think, could we have done things differently? As it turns out, a 50-run victory for England. Could have been a lot closer with the top few scoring a few runs. Would have made England a bit jittery. But having said that, the England bowling was absolutely on point. Backed up by some very, very good fielding. Good captaincy by the skipper Richard Merriman. Getting his field placings right. But the bowlers have got to execute and bowl to the field. And they did that in very, very good fashion. So a 50-run win for England here. That concludes their second warm-up game prior to their match on Monday, the opening game of the over 60s Cricket World Cup, where they will face beaten finalists from 2 years ago, New Zealand. We hope that you've enjoyed our coverage here. It's time for me to pop off. Thank you all for listening, and thank you for bearing with us with some of the technical issues that we had. Bharat, it's been a pleasure, my friend. I hope to see you again in the tournament. Thank you for your company, and that's all from me, Rash Mahmood. I'm the official England commentator for the World Cup, and I hope I can catch you at some point during the tournament, and thank you all for streaming in today. Thank you, Bharat.
That's how it goes here. Post-match presentation, the awards were given to the best performance, especially Mike Palmer being the bowler. He picked up 4 wickets, and that had actually set the platform and tone for them to win this game. Such an excellent bowler to watch out for. And that's why celebrations were going on in the middle. Such a high quality performance in terms of many aspects. It's it to the England team manager who's having a speech. It's been a wonderful speech here. Being the team manager, one of those jovial persons to meet in life. These persons actually bring light to life. When you have interactions with such a kind of team manager, a person with a positive vibe near you, you will get a lot of positivity. Having a few words. He mentioned that we will meet in the finals, he said, the Indians. So I have that hope of coming into the final for both the sides. That friendliness, that attitude of keeping things simple is actually working well for him.